was heartbroken by the word ugly. After several failed attempts to sneak into the Queen Bee's palace, she took her anger out on Gui Qing, angrily saying, "I shouldn't have trusted your aesthetic sense in the first place. What weak young man. Did you hear what others said about me being ugly? I'd rather have my original face." Gui Qing sneered, "Wasn't your face ugly before?" Zhu Mingzi sneered, "That's still better than you. Now look what's happened. Song Nanshe and the others have already run away. They've probably already gotten what they wanted. It's all because you didn't understand my intentions back then." The Ghost Lord could not tolerate this and resorted to a personal attack. "Ugly monster." Cassius didn't back down an inch. "Show off." The two started fighting over a single word. Unable to appear now due to various reasons, he only spared a wisp of his divine consciousness to check on the current progress of his avatar's main body. "Aren't you all embodiments of me? When you insult each other, aren't you insulting yourselves?" "No, that's not right." The main body's divine consciousness turned its head and suddenly became furious. "They are all my incarnations, so no matter who you are cursing, aren't you all cursing me?" "No, that's not right either. The issue now isn't whether to curse or not. The issue now is why you're still here when a formidable enemy is at hand." The individual felt their blood pressure rise. Why did he split into so many entities? Wasn't it because he felt that no one was as trustworthy as himself? But now, my consciousness moved over there again and saw that the two avatars had progressed to greeting each other's families. The main body's divine sense. Upon returning, Song Nanshe began to oversee the distribution of the spoils. Although she loves money, she believes that a gentleman loves money but earns it in a proper way. After all that trouble, someone went to the trouble of selling Qu Shuang and sending him back, and she even had to be Qu Shuang's bodyguard for a while. She couldn't possibly keep all the money for herself. 200,000, 5 people. Because the idea of selling people and the two bad ideas of selling people both came from Song Nanshe, the others did not care that Song Nanshe took the lion's share. So Song Nanshe took 70,000, his junior sister, who had been raising Qu Shuang for so long, took 70,000, and Yun Jifeng and the others split the remaining 60,000. When Song Nanshe gave the money to Yu Jiujiu, the sweet romance novel heroine Yu Jiujiu was overjoyed, clutching her 70,000 spirit stones, completely oblivious to the fact that she had sold out her male lead. Song Nanshe paused for a moment, and a tiny bit of guilt actually rose in his heart. Then she glanced at the spirit stone in her hand, and her heart hardened instantly. "Forget it. I can feel guilty when I sell him again." Then they started distributing spirit stones to the other people. The eldest brother gets 20,000, the second sister gets 20,000, and then it's Yun Jifeng's turn. Song Nanshe looked up and saw Yun Jifeng's expectant gaze. Those bright, sparkling eyes were filled with a love for money, showing not a trace of the aristocratic scion who once regarded money as dirt. Song Nanshe couldn't help but sigh. Time is truly merciless. Then she casually put Yun Jifeng's 20,000 spirit stones into her own pocket. "Yun Jifeng?" He looked up at Song Nanshe with a bewildered expression. Song Nanshe said to him very kindly, "I'll keep your money for you for now." Yun Jifeng, who had already handed over all his dowry before even getting married, said, "Okay, you decide." Song Nanshe smiled with complete satisfaction. So Yun Jifeng touched his chest and felt satisfied. For a moment, everyone at the door, whether they received money or not, felt satisfied, and the air was filled with a happy atmosphere. Even Jiangji, who had never lacked money, couldn't help but ask, "Third junior sister, when is the next time we sell to save the demon prince?" Yu Jiujiu also looked over. Song Nanshe. What a conversation between all the villains. She could only say, they can't make a move in the demon palace. Once Qi Shuan comes out of the demon palace, you can follow him. Everyone nodded in agreement. They had never been so enthusiastic before. Even Yu Jiaojiao is one of them. Song Nanshe couldn't help but shed 2 crocodile tears for Qi Shuang in her heart, and then recited Amitabha twice to prevent the heavenly doll from deducting her merits. To celebrate their earnings, the group immediately decided to go downstairs for a good meal to soothe their stomachs, which had been munching on flatbreads for several meals along the way. Before leaving, Song Nanshe thought for a moment and handed the spirit stones he had just filled a storage ring to Yung Jifeng. Upon seeing this, Yung Jifeng was first delighted, then startled, his outstretched hand halting halfway, and he dared not take it. Song Nanshe asked in confusion, "Go ahead and catch it." Yung Jifeng paused for a moment, then asked cautiously, "May I accept this?" This was during the Southern Song dynasty. Why did she suddenly give him money? Was it some kind of test? Or was it because he had some incurable disease and this was his last meal? Yung Jifeng's mind suddenly went completely wild. Song Nanshe stared at him for a long time, then said speechlessly, "Why can't you answer?" Seeing that he wanted to see something more, Song Nanshe said directly, "I just did a divination for myself, and my financial luck has been a bit bad these past few days. I'm afraid I'll lose money again. You can hold on to this for me for now, and I'll pay you back in a few days." Yung Jifeng. Oh, so it wasn't for him. Yung Jifeng felt a little disappointed, but also relieved. This is the real Song Nanshe. He was a little scared by her generosity just now. He took the storage ring, and the 2 of them followed behind the crowd downstairs. When Song Nanshe arrived at the door of the Immortal Alliance Elder's room, he noticed that the door was not closed properly and couldn't help but peek inside. She saw the Immortal Alliance Elder with his back to her, devoutly worshipping the God of Wealth on the table. And the face of the God of Wealth. Song Nanshe paused for a moment, pretended not to see it, and walked downstairs expressionlessly. The group went downstairs, found a table, and ordered food. Song Nanshe looked around and couldn't help but ask, "Where's junior brother Liu Shui?" Upon hearing this, the waiter standing nearby said, "My fellow disciples, that immortal lord didn't seem to have much of an appetite. After you all left, he only ordered a pot of peach blossom wine for lunch and then went back to his room." Song Nanshe. What kind of fairy boy is this who lives on wind and dew? Then, with a wave of her hand, the group ordered a table full of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, which looked as vulgar as could be. Seeing that they were being generous again today, the waiter couldn't help but recommend, "Fairy, would you like the soy milk that the shopkeeper recommended, which costs 100 spirit stones per tael?" Song Nanshe, "I don't really like drinking soy milk." Xiao Er was very disappointed. Just then, a voice as warm as jade striking stone came from behind them. What soy milk?" Xiao Er immediately turned his head, and Song Nanshe and the others also turned their heads. Just then, a handsome monk walked in from outside the door and looked at them curiously. Song Nanshe was immediately amazed. This was simply the most handsome monk she had ever seen in her life, so handsome that one could almost overlook his shiny bald head. Song Nanshe always felt that men, especially ancient men, who wore long robes and wide sleeves, no matter how handsome they were, would not look good with a bald head after losing their long hair. This person's appearance completely overturned her understanding. This monk was strikingly different from Yung Jifeng. If Yung Jifeng was like a vibrant, splashed-ink landscape, then this monk was like a secluded, deep pool nestled among bamboo growths. Moreover, the voice was very distinctive, Song Nansure almost immediately recalled the voice they had heard through the crowd on their way back. The little monk called him Buddha's disciple. So this is the Buddhist disciple. No wonder that sister from the Hehuan sect who was locked in a dark room was willing to be beaten up just to seduce the Buddhist monk. Song Nan was momentarily amazed. At this moment, the Buddhist monk asked again, "What kind of soy milk did you just mention, benefactor?" The waiter snapped out of his daze and immediately scurried over to introduce the soy milk to the monks, ignoring their table altogether. Song Nansure couldn't help but sigh. People really do love to judge by appearances. Take Cassia Seed for example. If it were a bit better looking, it might be the queen bee's husband by now. This monk is worth 1,000 cassia seeds. The cassia seed, being used as a unit of measurement to belittled. She was engrossed in watching when a soft voice whispered in her ear, "Is it beautiful?" Song Nansure picked up some peanuts from the table and casually remarked, "They look good." Then she suddenly realized something was wrong and immediately turned around. Then I saw Yoon Jifen's expressionless face. Song Nansure paused for a moment, then said without changing his expression, "Of course, I'm still a little inferior to you." Yoon Jifen continued to gaze at her with a melancholy expression. Song Nansure thought for a moment, then. The sentence is incomplete and ends abruptly. Yoon Jifen's expression immediately softened. TSK, man. In just a short while, the waiter had already led the Buddhist disciple over to them. He said somewhat apologetically, "I'm sorry, it's lunchtime. Could you perhaps share a table with me?" Song Nansure had no objections, since they weren't the only ones sharing a table. Everyone else was too. She nodded in agreement. The Buddhist monk stepped forward and said with a gentle smile, "My Buddhist name is Shenguang. Thank you for your kindness." Song Nansure said very warmly, "Please sit down, Divine Light Buddha." Shenguang was not surprised that they recognized him as a Buddhist disciple. He smiled slightly and sat down. Song Nansure politely replied, "I have long admired your esteemed name, Master." She was just being polite, but the Buddhist monk was quite straightforward and asked, "Oh, where did you hear about me, benefactor?" Song Nansure. She was being polite. But when he looked up, he saw that the Buddhist disciple's face was full of curiosity. He really just wanted to ask, without any hint of sarcasm. Song Nansure remained silent for a moment. Then she told the truth. "Oh, it's in the Hehuan sect." Seeing that the Buddhist disciple did not react, Song Nansure added, "We met a female disciple of the Hehuan sect who said that she had expressed her admiration for the Buddhist disciple. Then the Buddhist disciple knocked her out." This time, the Buddhist disciple remained silent. Song Nansure thought for a moment and realized that he had been a bit too blunt. Just as he was about to make amends in a more tactful way, he saw the Buddhist monk say blankly, "I remember now. This humble monk did indeed spar with a cultivator from the Joyful Union sect, but when did that female benefactor ever express any affection for this humble monk? Isn't she just picking a fight with this humble monk?" Song Nansure. She started to feel that something was wrong. She paused for a moment, then cautiously asked, "Buddha, could you tell me what the female benefactor from the Joyful Union sect said to you back then?" The Buddhist disciple thought about it briefly. Then he said, "The female benefactor of the Hehuan sect stopped me on my way back from preaching Buddhism and asked me if I was willing to help her since I was willing to help all sentient beings." Song Nansure paused for a moment, thinking that although the sisters were a bit cunning, the beginning still had the feel of a holy monk and a demoness. Then the Buddhist disciple said, "But I feel that my Buddhist teachings are not profound enough to save all sentient beings. So I say that I cannot save even one. If you have any doubts, you may come to the 10,000 Buddha sect to listen to a Dharma assembly. The entrance fee is only 5 spirit stones. Song Nansher. Everyone. Yoon Jifen silently released Song Nansher's hand, thinking that such a fool shouldn't pose a threat to him. Song Nansher exclaimed in amazement, Buddha's disciple, please continue. The Buddhist monk said, then the female benefactor got angry, feeling that I was just fobbing her off. She said, today I met her, and I am doomed in this life. If I want to continue being a monk, I will have to step over her dead body. Otherwise, I will one day belong to her. Song Nansher thought there was nothing wrong with what he said. Then the Buddhist monk solemnly said, she claimed in broad daylight that I am hers, which shows that she wanted to abduct me. I am a monk, and although I cannot step over her dead body, I also have the means to wrathfully retaliate. Then the sisters from the Hagwon sect got beaten up. Song Nansher. Goodness, Jinjiang romance novels have jumped straight into the legal realm. Why do women traffickers kidnap and sell monks? If the sisters of the Hagwon sect knew the truth, they would cry their eyes out. Everyone stared in awe at the Buddhist disciple, and for a moment they were filled with respect for his thought process. The Buddhist disciple scratched his head, and the holy image he had created for himself vanished instantly. He asked in a low voice, is there a problem? I went back and asked the host, and the host said that I was right. That's absolutely right. To some extent, the sisters of the Hagwon sect did indeed want to abduct you. But the problem is your thought process. Song Nansher exclaimed in surprise, there's no problem at all. I was just overthinking it. The Buddhist disciple couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Song Nansher and his group's food was served, consisting entirely of large portions of meat and fish, while only a bowl of soy milk was placed alone in front of the Buddhist monk. But Song Nansher dared not underestimate this bowl of soy milk. Song Nan still felt a little guilty about eating meat in front of the Buddhist monks, and she asked in a low voice, does the Buddhist monk mind? The Buddhist disciple said it was no problem. The group was very harmonious. Song Nansher casually inquired, Buddha, are you also here to participate in the Immortal Cultivation Conference? Do you know how this Immortal Cultivation Conference will be conducted? The Buddhist disciple spoke frankly. Usually, it's the young people from both races who go up on stage to compete, but this year there are supposedly some changes. It seems that the Immortal Alliance and the Demon Emperor are going to do something innovative. Song Nansher was already considering whether or not to ask Qishuang. Not long after, the Buddhist monk finished his soy milk and got up to leave. Song Nansher politely asked, where does the Buddhist monk live? Would you like us to take you there? The Buddhist monk paused, turned around, and then said with a hint of pride, no, this humble monk knows the way. Song Nansher, oh. Why emphasize that he knows the way? She knows the way too. Song Nansher and the others ate for another half hour, full of complaints, and then went out for a walk, rubbing their stomachs. Today is the first day since the Crown Prince returned, and the news is still spreading. They don't have any protection duties, so Song Nansher thought for a moment and then led everyone to the dilapidated tower. Then they discovered that the tower was still there, but the mountain where the tower was located had long been sealed off and guarded by a group of demon soldiers. Song Nansher found it strange and asked a few more questions, but the demon soldiers didn't understand either, and only vaguely said, this is His Majesty's order. It seems to be related to this year's Immortal Dao Conference. Are you all participating in the Immortal Dao Conference? Then you can't go in advance. Song Nansher and the others then withdrew. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Yoon Jifeng said calmly, "This mountain is one of the dividing lines between the territories of the demon race and the human race. This tower is built on the mountain, spanning half of the demon race and half of the human race." Song Nansure turned his head. "You know this tower?" Yoon Jifeng then said, "There are some records in the family's collection of books. It is said that it was built 10,000 years ago. After the demonic sect was born, it was unable to ascend due to its many evil deeds. All the demons in the demonic sect died in the tribulation of lightning. The biggest demon in the demonic sect wanted to take the entire cultivation world down with him. After being killed by a group of powerful people in the cultivation world, he left a wisp of his soul due to his resentment. He could not be exorcised. Fearing that something might happen, people built a tower between the demon race and the human race to suppress the demon's soul. It is jointly guarded by the two races." He paused, then said, "But that was a long time ago. Although there were ancient ferocious beasts and evil cultivators' remnants that the demon race and humans couldn't subdue, the tower has been suppressed for millions of years. During that time, the demon race and humans also had several wars and conflicts, so this tower has long been neglected. No wronged souls have been seen breaking through the seal. Why is the immortal Dao Assembly suddenly paying attention to this tower?" Song Nansure frowned as he looked at the tower, lost in thought. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Are you on a spring outing?" Everyone was startled and quickly turned around. Then they saw the Buddhist disciple standing behind them, looking at them curiously. Song Nansure: "Going on a spring outing in January, that's really something." She then asked, "Didn't the Buddhist disciple go back? What are you doing here? Could it be that the 10,000 Buddhist sex camp is here?" Generally, entire sects that come together don't stay at inns. They set up their own campsites, carrying magical artifacts that can transform into houses or even palaces at any time, which is very convenient. She then looked at the Buddhist disciple. Then the Buddha's smile froze for a moment. He smiled and said, "Not here." Song Nansure: So the Buddhist disciple came here to enjoy the scenery." The Buddhist disciple remained silent for a moment. Then he said, "Yes." Song Nansure believed it. Since they couldn't see the tower, they went back. Song Nansure: "Buddha, then we'll meet again another day." Buddhist disciple: "See you another day." The next day, Song Nansure and the others received a message from Qu Shuang, saying that he had been asked by his father to go out of the palace for a stroll to prove that he was unharmed, and he requested to be secretly protected. Song Nansure and the others completely agreed, packed up and set off, waiting at the entrance of the demon palace to secretly protect them. So, when Qu Shuang went out, he saw Song Nansure and the others each holding a handful of melon seeds, mingling in the crowd who had come to see the excitement after hearing that the crown prince had returned or emerged from seclusion. They followed the crowd, pointing and whispering about him, cracking the melon seeds with a loud clatter, perfectly blending into the gossip army. Qi Xuan. His imagined covert protection, bodyguards, assassins, and a single, fatal blow. Their covert protection included gossip, melon seeds, and an old man by the roadside. Qi Xuan took a deep breath, straightened his chest, and strode forward, escorted by a group of guards. The only saving grace was that he regained his human form, but because of Jiaojia's secret protection, she couldn't attack him, giving them time to recover. He thinks this is a good thing. But he soon failed to recover. They hadn't walked far from the palace gates when, just as the guards moved a tiny bit away from him to keep the onlookers from getting too close, a cloud of green smoke suddenly billowed out from the crowd and hurtled towards him. Before the guards could react, Song Nansure, who was eating melon seeds, threw them away on the spot. Without even shouting the divination command, a cluster of fire suddenly appeared in front of Qi Shuang, burning the cloud of smoke to ashes. Suddenly, a group of people rushed out from the crowd. They were all people who had just been watching the commotion. They scattered the guards and surged towards Qi Shuang. Song Nanshe shouted, "Brothers! Charge!" They rushed forward, and in an instant, they surrounded Qi Shuang. What a joke! Did they think they couldn't tell who wasn't just watching the show when they were in the crowd? The genuine onlookers were so shocked that they scattered and fled. Yu Jiujiu stood directly in front of Qi Shuang, punching away a wolf demon that pounced on him. Moved to tears, Qi Shuang stepped forward and said, "Jiujiu, you're so kind." Yu Jiujiu's social anxiety was triggered by his calling, so she punched him in the backhand. A moment later, Qi Shuang, sporting dark circles under his eyes, squatted in the protective circle, withdrawing into himself. There were many people who came to assassinate Qi Shuang. The crowd protected him as they fought their way out of the city from the outer city and arrived at the road where Song Nanshe had seen the tower yesterday. The guards were all scattered. Song Nanshe remembered that there were demon soldiers guarding the place, and the support from those demon soldiers was always faster than the guards bringing reinforcements. As she was thinking this, she saw the Buddhist monk standing blankly in the middle of the road, still wearing the same robe he wore the night before. At this point, Song Nanshe finally realized that something was wrong. As she shouted, "Get out of the way!" to the Buddhist monk, she couldn't help but ask in shock, "Don't tell me you haven't returned to the camp all night." Buddhist disciple, to be honest, this humble monk has lost his way. Song Nanshe, there's only one road out of the city. How did you get lost? Meanwhile, at the Wangfo sex camp, a dozen miles away, a group of monks were writing missing person notices. The monk Shenxiu said gravely to the abbot, "Brother Buddha has not returned after a whole night. It seems he has gotten lost." The host sighed heavily. Post the missing person notice." Seeing that he was unhappy, Shenxiu couldn't help but comfort him. "Don't worry, abbot. This is probably the first time Brother Buddha has gotten lost. He is experienced and will surely be able to protect himself when he gets lost." The host sighed. "I'm not afraid of him getting into trouble. All his skills were honed by Wu Chuang in all sorts of dangerous places when he got lost." Shenxiu nodded inwardly. The Buddhist disciple got lost, mistakenly entering someone else's forbidden area, a stronghold of evil cultivators, and an ancient secret realm. He ventured into dangerous places, honing his skills to perfection, and remains unharmed to this day. I just don't know where I accidentally wandered into this place. As he was thinking this, he heard the abbot say worriedly, "I'm not worried about him, but I'm worried that with so many people here, if he encounters people from other sects, they'll still know he's a Buddhist disciple, but once he opens his mouth." Shenxiu's expression also turned serious. The moment the Buddhist disciple opened his mouth, the image of the Buddhist disciple that the 10,000 Buddhist sect had maintained for so many years, and the face of all Buddhist cultivators. That would mean the end of everything. Song Nanshe and the Buddhist monk stared at each other, wide-eyed. After a moment, Song Nanshe said weakly, "So, you've been lost on this road since yesterday?" Buddhist disciple, "Yes. Please be careful, benefactor." Without turning his head, Song Nanshe flicked his hand and unleashed a burst of fire that shattered the hair of the demon cultivator, who had taken the opportunity to attack from behind. The demon cultivator's eyes widened in terror as he covered his head and howled as he fled. Halfway through his escape, he saw a bald monk blocking his path. Enraged, he reached for the monk's neck with his claws, intending to kill the bald man. Then, he was punched away by the Buddhist disciple. The demon cultivator was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He twitched twice, stuck out his tongue, and then lay still. Then the Buddhist monk, who had been striking with such ease just moments before, immediately changed his expression, his warm, jade-like voice cracking as he exclaimed, "He's dead." Song Nansher, remembering that monks were forbidden from killing, immediately used his divine sense to investigate. He saw that the demon was still alive and was about to tell the Buddhist disciple that the person was not dead when he saw the Buddhist disciple immediately begin reciting the Ksitigarbha Sutra, seemingly intending to deliver the person to the afterlife on the spot. Song Nansher, even if he hadn't died, you would have sent him away. Song Nansher thought his movements were very practiced, as if he had done them 1,000 times. But weren't monks supposed to be compassionate? Could he have almost beaten someone to death so many times? She said speechlessly, "Stop reading. He's not dead." The Buddhist disciple did not stop, but said devoutly, "I will recite it a couple more times. Buddha, please forgive my recklessness." Song Nansher, does Buddha forgive you? Press in. But the Buddha didn't have time to press one, because as soon as he struck, the other demon cultivators looked over. They looked at the demon cultivator lying on the ground with his tongue sticking out, and then at the Buddhist disciple. The Buddhist disciple glanced at the demon cultivator, then at them. The demon cultivator's eyes flashed with ferocity. "What are you chanting for him? This is a threat." But the Buddhist disciple didn't think so. After thinking about it, he felt that he understood. He was somewhat embarrassed, but still said gently, "Esteemed benefactors, there is no need to rush. After the ritual for this benefactor is completed, this humble monk will chant sutras for each of you one by one, and everyone will have a share. It's like telling them to line up and wait to die." After he finished speaking, there was a deathly silence. The demon cultivators were furious, feeling that they had been provoked and humiliated by a monk. They were immediately convinced that the monk who had suddenly appeared was in cahoots with Song Nansher and his group. This monk had not only humiliated them, but had even beaten one of their brothers to a pulp. "What? You said there's no..." The brothers were still lying on the ground with their tongues sticking out, and that monk was still chanting the Ksitigarbha Sutra. The demon cultivators felt they had discovered the truth. The demon cultivators were enraged. One of them shouted, "Brothers, attack! Avenge our brothers! Let this monk taste our power!" As soon as he finished speaking, more than half of the demon cultivators surged toward the Buddhist disciple, greatly easing the pressure on Song Nansher and his group. Its ability to attract hatred was astonishing to everyone. Surrounded, the Buddhist monk continued his futile explanation, "Esteemed benefactors, you have misunderstood. This humble monk was merely passing by. If you do not like the Ksitigarbha Sutra, how about this humble monk recites the Heart Sutra for you? The Heart Sutra is only about 200 characters long and is very easy to remember. Once you have memorized it, you can recite it from time to time to purify your mind." One of the demon cultivators flew into a rage. "What? You mean we can't remember the long ones? Are you calling us stupid? No way. Today you have to recite the longest one for me." The Buddhist disciple paused, looking troubled, and asked, "Can you remember them?" The demon cultivators fell silent for a moment. The Buddhist disciple looked as if he had just expected this. Enraged, the demon cultivator shouted, "Brothers, attack! This monk looks down on us." In an instant, half of the remaining demon cultivators, who were still surrounding Song Nansher and the others, fled. Their minds were solely focused on the Buddha's disciples. The mission objective, Shishun, held no appeal for them whatsoever. Song Nansher. Everyone. Song Nansher said quietly, I believe that the Buddhist disciple is truly thinking of them. He is speaking from the heart. What do you think? Jiangji changed the subject, seemingly lost in thought, and said, Buddha's mouth. What if we bring Buddha along to draw fire next time we have a group fight? Everyone looked over. Jiangji paused, then added, What I mean is, the Buddha is indeed a Buddha. Even his way of speaking is different from others. Seeing that the conversation was getting increasingly off topic, Yung Jifeng took a deep breath and reminded them, that's not the key point right now. The key point right now is that the Buddha's disciple is being besieged. If you chat a little longer, it'll probably be your turn to recite the Ksitigarbha Sutra for him. Song Nansher suddenly came to his senses. Then she immediately said, What are you waiting for? Brothers, come with me to save them. A group of people rushed towards the surrounded Buddhist monk, and the situation instantly reversed. They went from rescuing the prince to rescuing the Buddhist monk. In other words, Qi Shuang was abandoned. Everyone else rushed out, but Yu Jiujiu was held back by Qi Shuan and rushed out a little slower, so she stayed by his side. Qi Shuan's heart sank when he saw them rush out, but seeing Jiaojiao's unwavering support, he instantly teared up, grabbing her sleeve and saying emotionally, Jiaojiao, you really do care about me the most. They only care about my money. Yu Jiaojiao. She thought of the 70,000 spirit stones. She was conflicted, unsure whether to tell him that she was also after his money. But seeing his moved expression, Yu Jiujiu had a rare pang of conscience and shut her mouth guiltily. Yu Jiujiu protected Qi Shuan, and Song Nan and the others tried to snatch the Buddha from the dense crowd. They fought their way from the outer perimeter to the inner circle. Song Nansher thought that since they had been delayed for so long and the Buddha was surrounded by so many people, he would probably be crippled if not killed. But when he squeezed in, before he even saw the Buddha, he heard him ask gently in his signature voice, Don't you gentlemen really want to study the Heart Sutra? The demon cultivators who were besieging him were furious, feeling that he was being provoked. For a moment, the sound of fists clashing filled the air, and it was unclear who was hitting whom. Song Nansher, you've really got the knack for keeping the hatred so firmly in check. Song Nansher felt this wouldn't do and looked directly at Yung Jifeng. Yung Jifeng already knew that the Buddha was alright, so he mingled in the crowd and did nothing. At this moment, Song Nansher looked over, and he nodded. He drew his sword, Get out of the way. Knowing he was about to unleash a powerful attack, the group immediately retreated. Yung Jifeng swung his sword and cleaved a path through the besieging demon cultivators. The sword energy spread out before the Buddha and disappeared, demonstrating an astonishing mastery of spiritual power. The Buddhist disciple stood at the end of the sword energy with his hands clasped together. He had taken 2 punches to the face and was injured, but at least he could still stand. He exclaimed in amazement, Your swordsmanship is superb. Yung Jifeng nodded to him, then turned to look at the other demon cultivator still standing and said calmly, Who else wants to come up? The other demon cultivators exchanged glances, their minds, clouded by anger, gradually calming down. The Buddhist disciple then squatted down and asked a demon cultivator whose fate was unknown, Would you like to hear the Ksitigarbha Sutra for deliverance or the Heart Sutra? Demon cultivator. Damn it! Did you hear that? Damn it! The other demon cultivators immediately felt their anger rising again. Song Nansher. She took a deep breath, smiled and stepped forward, saying gently, Master, you must be tired. Let's not talk and rest for a while. Buddhist disciple, but... Song Nansher smiled and said, Shut up. Buddhist disciple. He reluctantly shut his mouth. The two groups remained in a standoff. Qi Xuan, watching from the side, felt a pang of jealousy and said in a low voice, "Why didn't Yung Jifeng use that move when I was being chased? It made us fight all the way here." Yu Jiujiu was speechless. That was in the outer city, with so many people around. If Yung Jifeng really used his full strength, who could afford to compensate him? Qi Xuan fell silent. However, the sound of their voices reminded the group of demon cultivators. They turned around and suddenly realized that they had come to assassinate the crown prince. Now, why are they arguing with a monk? They felt that this monk was poisonous, and their gazes toward the Buddhist disciple and Qi Xuan became hostile. They wanted to take the opportunity to attack Qi Xuan again. Song Nanshu was startled and was about to step forward when a loud shout suddenly came from not far away. "Stop!" The next moment, Quang Ergo led a group of demon soldiers and instantly surrounded the group of demon cultivators. Quang Ergo stepped forward from the crowd, looked around, and saw his own prince. He immediately walked over excitedly, knelt down without saying a word, and said excitedly, "Your subordinate was guarding the tower with demon soldiers and failed to discover that your highness was in danger in time. Please forgive me, your highness." Yu Jiujiu, who had been made to kneel by Quang Ergo, was speechless. Qi Xuan, hiding behind Yu Jiujiu. He coughed, walked out from behind his beloved with his head held high, and said with composure, "All right, get up." Quang Ergo immediately stood up and commanded the demon soldiers to capture the group of demon cultivators. Seeing that the situation was not good, the demon soldiers wanted to resist, but when they realized that they could not resist, some of them tried to commit suicide. Song Nanshu was on guard against them, and upon seeing this, he immediately transformed Xuanfeng into ropes, binding each of the demon cultivators who wanted to commit suicide tightly. Quang Ergo breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "Thank you, Fairy Song. You have saved the crown prince once again." Song Nanshu smiled very kindly as she watched her about to appear. She said gently, "This is what I should do. If General Dog feels bad about it, then I can only decline and accept another reward." Quang Ergo, who said nothing. The Demon Emperor, who rushed over upon hearing the news, was speechless. He really wants to turn around and leave, pretending he was never here, and pretending he never had this son at all. But his son, being very perceptive, spotted him and exclaimed, "Father! Father is here!" Quang Ergo was also overjoyed. "It's His Majesty." The Demon Emperor, who couldn't escape. He walked over with heavy steps and said politely, "Thank you, Fairy Song, for saving my son again." He laughed it off, trying to brush off the matter of the bounty. Song Nanshu was also very polite. She said, "It's nothing. Since I've received the reward, it's what I should do. Your Majesty is too kind. You've given me the reward twice. I feel embarrassed to accept it." The Demon Emperor really wanted to say, "If you're too embarrassed to take it, then don't take it." Song Nanshu immediately followed up with, "But your Majesty's hospitality is too kind to refuse." Demon Emperor, you've said everything. He glanced at his son. His son was grinning foolishly at the human girl. He felt it hurt his eyes, so he turned his head away, thinking he might as well just throw the son away. But then you think about the cost of raising another prince. He gritted his teeth and forced a smile, saying, "Not at all, not at all. This is all what Fairy Song deserves." Then, with a livid face, he said to Quang Ergo, "After we go back, prepare another 200,000 spirit stones for Fairy Song and send them to the inn where they are staying." Song Nanshu quickly added, filling in, "Your Majesty and General, Please don't get it wrong. Demon Emperor, did you hear that? Don't get it wrong. Quan ergo, yes. With a livid face, the Demon Emperor took the captured demon cultivator and his son and left. His son was still quite reluctant to part, and kept turning his head to say, Giorgio, wait for me. I'll come to find you in a couple of days. You Giorgio, it's okay if you come later. The Demon Emperor nearly vomited blood. He didn't understand. He couldn't understand how his son, who had been focused solely on consolidating his position as crown prince before his disappearance, had suddenly become love-struck after only a year. He regretted it. He wanted to get the 200,000 spirit stones back and have another son who wasn't obsessed with love so he could raise him. Song Nansure watched the Demon Emperor leave with a satisfied expression. She turned around, wanting to share her joy with her friends, only to see the Buddhist monk staring at her in disbelief behind her. Song Nansure paused for a moment, then said gently, By the way, the Buddha is still here. Your Excellency, you suffered an undeserved calamity at our hands this time. Would you like us to send you back? For some reason, the Buddhist monk felt a little scared seeing Song's friendly smile. Then, following his instincts, he cautiously asked, So, do you want spirit stones? Song Nansure. Ha ha ha! She laughed. How could that be? You must be joking. The Buddhist disciple then agreed, saying, That's good. Thank you all for your help. Yoon Jifen glanced at him indifferently and remained silent. Song Nansure then asked, Where is the Buddhist disciple's camp? The Buddhist disciple said with great distress, Our camp is too remote, so much so that I have searched all this time but still haven't found it. Song Nansure agreed. If the campsite weren't so remote, no matter how lost you were, you couldn't have gotten lost from yesterday to today and still not been able to get back, right? Then, a quarter of an hour later, they found the camp of the 10,000 Buddha sect on the main road more than 10 miles away from the scene of the incident. Song Nansure. Others. Song Nansure asked blankly, Is this place really that remote? Isn't it just on one road? You can find it by following the road. The Buddhist disciple was astonished. Huh? Is that so? Everyone was speechless. Just then, Shenxiu, who was about to go out to look for someone, suddenly opened his eyes wide, then ran towards the camp, shouting, Abbot! The Buddha's disciple is back. Then he turned around and saw Song Nansure and the others behind the Buddha, and his heart sank. Oh no, they were brought back by someone. What about the reputation of their 10,000 Buddha sect? Shenxiu felt a sudden darkness before his eyes. A moment later, Song Nansure and the others sat down in front of the host. The abbot smiled kindly and said gently, Thank you all for bringing our Buddhist disciple back. Did he cause you any trouble? He asked the question with trepidation. Song Nansure smiled and said, Not at all. The Buddha has been a great help to us. The abbot felt relieved that the Buddhist disciples had maintained the image of holy monks. Song Nansure said, As expected of a Buddhist disciple, we were besieged at the time and happened to encounter you. The abbot had confidence in the Buddhist disciples' cultivation honed over the years of navigating dangerous situations, and proudly replied, Did the Buddhist disciple save you? Then he heard Song Nan say, How could that be? As soon as the Buddha spoke, those bandits who were besieging us immediately rushed towards him, and our predicament was instantly resolved. Host! It's over. He still opened his mouth. The abbot gritted his teeth and immediately offered, Thank you for bringing the Buddhist disciple back. To show our sincerity, how about I present you all with a golden Buddha statue? Song Nansure chuckled. How could I possibly accept that? The host said, What you benefactors deserve is right, but today's matter concerns Buddhism, so everyone. Song Nansure immediately replied, What comes out of my mouth will go into your ears, and no one else will know. The two exchanged a glance. The two old foxes laughed in unison, leaving everyone else bewildered. Jiangji couldn't help but ask Yung Jifeng, What are they laughing at? Yung Jifeng, probably because he laughed at Song Nansure for successfully extorting money. Half an hour later, Song Nansure, who had successfully extorted money, was sent out by the Buddhist sect. The Buddhist monk volunteered to take them back to the city, but Song Nansure immediately refused, fearing that if he took them back, they would have to go back to look for someone. The Buddhist monk regretfully escorted them out of the camp himself. The abbot was on high alert and immediately ordered Shenxiu to keep an eye on the Buddha's son, fearing that he might get lost in the camp. Song Nansure watched with great amazement. Outside the camp, Song Nansure bid farewell, saying, No need for the Buddhist disciple to see me off. The Buddhist monk, with his holy and virtuous face, sincerely said, Thank you all for bringing me back. It's a pity I can't take you back to the city. If there is an opportunity, I will definitely take you back myself. Song Nansure, next time for sure. Next time for sure. Afraid that he would really come out to see them off, she quickly slipped away, her feet moving at lightning speed. When they returned to the city with the Golden Buddha, they discovered that the Demon Palace had already issued the detailed procedures for this Immortal Dog Conference, and demon soldiers had posted the procedures at the inn. Song Nansure squeezed through to take a look. Then she discovered that the process this year was very different from the previous Immortal Dog Conferences. In the past, the Immortal Cultivation Tournament usually involved setting up an arena where disciples from both races would compete against each other. However, this time, the Demon Emperor and the Immortal Alliance created an illusion called Water Mirror Moon to allow all participating cultivators to enter and train. Song Nansure couldn't help but ask the Immortal Alliance elder standing beside him, What's in the Water Mirror Moon? The elder, who knew the inside information, immediately said, It is said that the things in this Water Mirror Moon simulate an ancient tower that suppresses the remnants of countless demons and ferocious beasts. Everything that appears inside is the state of those remnants of souls before they died. Of course, it is an illusion, so it is all fake. Cultivators go in to break through the illusion, and those who break through are the victors. Song Nansure's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't help but ask, The tower, is it the one outside the city? The elder casually replied, Yes, let me think. I heard that tower is called the Tower of Myriad Images. Song Nansure, as if possessed, chimed in. The elder immediately clenched his fist and pounded it into his palm, nodding repeatedly and saying, Yes, yes, the Myriad Manifestations Pagoda. This pagoda has been abandoned for many years. I don't know why they dug it up again. Song Nansure fell silent. What else did she say? The pagoda of myriad images, isn't this the mentorship that Shenbi mentioned? She hadn't forgotten what Old Man Lu had said. Shenbi told Old Man Lu that he was a disciple of Wangxiong Pagoda. What a coincidence! The inn where Song Nansure and his group stayed was mostly frequented by people from the Immortal Alliance, a small portion by a little-known sword cultivation sect, and then Song Nansure and his group. However, not all members of the Immortal Alliance lived here. Only a group of disciples led by the Immortal Alliance elders who needed to participate in the Immortal Dog Conference lived here. The Immortal Alliance leader, on the other hand, brought nearly half of the Immortal Alliance members to life in another palace of the Demon Emperor, where they planned the Immortal Dog Conference together with the Demon Emperor. At this moment, Many cultivators in the lobby of the inn were discussing the newly released rules of the Immortal Dog Conference. Song Nansher thought for a moment, then leaned over to listen. At a nearby table, cultivators were having a lively discussion. A disciple from the Immortal Alliance said excitedly, "My senior brother participated in the last Immortal Dog tournament. He said that he encountered a Snake Clan member during the competition. The Snake Clan member was skilled in using poison and was very difficult to deal with. After narrowly losing to the Snake Clan member, he was hoping to avenge his defeat this time. Who would have thought that the rules of this Immortal Dog tournament would change?" A sword cultivator nearby chimed in, "Yes, it was completely unexpected. I remember last year's competition included tests on formations and talismans, so why did this year's competition suddenly change?" Someone said mysteriously, "It's not entirely sudden. This year's Immortal Cultivation Conference was brought forward by more than 10 years. Now the rules have suddenly changed. There must be something wrong here." The sword cultivator simply replied, "Isn't it said that this is because both clans have produced many outstanding disciples in recent years?" Someone scoffed, "You actually believe that? Let me tell you, my cousin's friend's Taoist partner is a demon, and she knows some of the demon race's secrets." Then these people turned around and started gossiping about the demon royal family. Song Nansher originally wanted to steer the conversation back on track, but he became so engrossed in listening that he subconsciously reached into his storage ring for a handful of melon seeds, only to find nothing there. A hand reached out from the side, offering a handful of sunflower seeds, and a deep voice said, "Want some?" Song Nansher took it and subconsciously said, "Thank you." Then, turning his head, he saw Yoon Jifeng with a blank expression. Song Nansher paused, gave an awkward smile, grabbed the melon seeds, and strolled back. The elder of the Immortal Alliance was still pondering the notice that listed the rules of the Immortal Dog Conference. His expression was equally puzzled. Clearly, although he was also a member of the Immortal Alliance, he did not know any inside information. They kept it so well hidden. Song Nansher walked over, casually stuffed some melon seeds into the elder's hand, and sat casually under the elder's bewildered gaze. "I want to ask you something." The elder of the Immortal Alliance immediately became vigilant and said nervously, "Let me make this clear first. I will not reveal anything about the Immortal Alliance. I may not even know as much as you do about this Immortal Dog Conference. I have no inside information for you, nor any backdoors for you to use." "Song Nansher, what are you thinking? Do you think I'm the kind of person who gets in through connections?" The elder just watched her silently without saying a word. In an instant, silence spoke louder than words. "Song Nansher," she said speechlessly, "I just wanted to ask the elder if he knew the origin of the Myriad Manifestations Pagoda, so that we could make preparations in advance. If what Yoon Jifeng said is true, the Myriad Manifestations Tower first appeared 10,000 years ago, when the demonic set sealed the remnant soul of the Demon King. Subsequently, it sealed many other remnant souls of evil beings. It was defeated after several conflicts and wars between the demon race and the human race. Then the Immortal Alliance must be the one that knows the most about this tower. The Immortal Alliance has existed for 10,000 years and continues to this day, but the demon race, even the Demon Emperor, has had 3 different masters in the last 1,000 years. Hotu had only been firmly established in the Demon Palace for a short time." She stared intently at the Immortal Alliance elder. Elder Zhao of the Immortal Alliance paused for a moment, then reluctantly said, "Everything in the Water Mirror Moon was set up according to the strength of the demon sealed in the Myriad Manifestations Tower before its death. If Fairy Song wants to know about the Myriad Manifestations Tower, then that's considered cheating in advance. This." Song Nansher immediately said, "If the elder tells me." She paused, then solemnly declared, "From this day forward, I will no longer charge for portraits. Elder, you may worship the god of wealth as you see fit." "Elder, you haven't forgotten your portrait fee yet." The elder remained silent for a moment, then finally pulled them to a corner and said in a low voice, "I don't know much, but I can tell you." Jiangji and the others immediately gathered around, some carrying stools, others cracking sunflower seeds, all ready to listen to the gossip. The elder paused for a moment, then thought to himself that the disciples of the boundless sect were quite interesting. 5 pairs of eyes stared intently at him. The elder felt a chill run down his spine from the gaze. After a moment, he regained his composure and said, "If you want to know the origin of the myriad manifestations tower, I do know that." Song Nansher immediately adopted a posture of listening attentively. The elder crossed his legs and said softly, "When I was young, my master told me that when the myriad manifestations tower was first built, it was precisely when the demonic sect was completely defeated 10,000 years ago. After the demon who founded the demonic sect was killed, a wisp of his soul remained that could not be dispelled no matter what. The predecessor who led the cultivators of the cultivation world to defeat the demonic sect led the 2 races to build this tower and lived in the tower to suppress the demonic soul. This predecessor was the first master of the myriad manifestations tower." "Wait!" Song Nansher suddenly interrupted him, asking, "The myriad pagoda has an owner?" The elder replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. Before the Tower of Myriad Manifestations fell into ruin during those wars, it was guarded by people for generations. Each of its owners had the responsibility of guarding against the evil spirits within the tower." Song Nansher touched his chin. She said thoughtfully, "You mean, the first master of the Myriad Manifestations tower was the leader who led the cultivation world to defeat the demonic sect 10,000 years ago?" "Elder, yes. Legend has it that after that senior moved into the Myriad Manifestations tower, he never came out. At the time, everyone thought he was going to guard the Myriad Manifestations tower to the death. Who knew that one day, a tribulation of ascension suddenly descended outside the tower? Everyone thought that there was an unusual phenomenon in the Myriad Manifestations tower, so they rushed over to prepare to suppress the evil spirits. That senior ascended in full view of everyone, with divine light shining brightly and auspicious energy flowing in thousands of strands. A few years after that senior ascended to immortality, a young man came to the Myriad Manifestations tower with the senior's token, claiming to be the senior's successor. At the time, the cultivators did not believe him, but who knew that he would actually open the gate of the Myriad Manifestations tower? When the Myriad Manifestations tower was built, only that senior knew how to open it. From then on, each generation of the Myriad Manifestations tower has a tower guardian. After they ascend to immortality or their lifespan ends, the next generation of tower guardians will enter the tower." He sighed and said, "It's a pity. In the early years, there were several large and small conflicts and wars between the demon race and the human race. After the wars ended, both races found that the Myriad Manifestations tower was no longer guarded. However, the Myriad Manifestations tower has remained untouched for so many years, and everyone gradually forgot about it. Who knew that the Myriad Manifestations tower would suddenly be brought out again this time?" He paused here, looking at Song Nansher's burning gaze, and refused to continue. He just smiled and said, "As for the origin of the Myriad Manifestations tower, that's all I know. As for how many evil spirits have been imprisoned in the Myriad Manifestations tower over the years, that's not something I know." Song Nansher smiled and said, "This is enough." The elder then seized the opportunity to ask, "What about portrait rights?" Song Nansher paused for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Use it as you like." The elder immediately beamed with joy and got up to leave. Just then, General Ergo, who had come to deliver the second 200,000 coins to Song Nansher and his group, ran over, covered in sweat. He searched all around before finally finding Song Nansher and the others in this secluded corner. As he ran over, he couldn't help but say, "I've confirmed this is fooling in 3 times, but I still can't find Fairy Song. I thought I had come to the wrong place." Before Song Nansher could speak, the elder of the Immortal Alliance paused upon seeing a demon general approaching her, and couldn't help but ask, "General, is there something important you need to discuss with Fairy Song?" Song Nansher sensed something was wrong, but couldn't stop him in time. General Ergo blurted out, "Oh, Fairy Song saved our prince, and I've been ordered to bring 200,000 spirit stones as a token of my gratitude." General Ergo's voice trailed off on the Song Nansher's intense gaze, and he eventually fell silent. However, the elders of the Immortal Alliance looked at Song Nansher differently now. Song Nansher felt a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. She immediately pulled General Ergo away, intending to find another place to discuss the 200,000. The elders of the Immortal Alliance narrowed their eyes slightly behind them. After Song Nansher and the others left, the elder disciple finally found his master and sighed, "Master, why are you hiding again?" The Alliance leader, he. Before he could finish speaking, the elder suddenly rushed over, grabbed his hand, and said, "My good disciple, how many of Song Xianzi's God of Wealth statues do you still have?" The apprentice stammered, "There are only 2. One for you and one for me." The elder waved his hand and said directly, "Make more. In the next few days, let's try to get one for every disciple of the Immortal Alliance. From now on, everyone in our Immortal Alliance will worship the God of Wealth." Disciple. He looked at his hands, which were trembling slightly. "Master, have you realized that you sculpted all of these statues yourself?" He cried out in despair, "Master, didn't you say that this thing exists if you believe in it and doesn't exist if you don't?" The elder said solemnly, "No, I don't think so anymore. That Fairy Song is definitely a goddess of wealth." Disciple. Is he the stingiest god of wealth? In Song Nansher's room, after Ergo, the tool used to deliver the money, was sent away, Song Nansher closed the door to exchange the information he had just received. The fact that Shenbin claimed to be a disciple of Wangxiang Pagoda was told by Old Man Lu, so the only people who know about it now are Song Nansher and Jiang Ji. Song Nansher was the first to release this news. Upon hearing about the Vientiane Tower, everyone's expressions changed immediately, and they had all sorts of thoughts running through their minds. Only Yung Jifeng thought differently from others. He glanced at Song Nansher and suddenly felt jealous. Why does Jiang Ji know about this, but I don't? Song Nansher. Jiang Ji? What do you mean even Jiang Ji knows? Is Jiang Ji's status so low that you find it so unbelievable that he knows something that others don't? He couldn't help but ask, "Do I know it's strange?" Yung Jifeng looked at him calmly. "How did you know?" That was what Old Man Lu said, of course. But Old Man Lu wouldn't let him reveal his presence. He paused, then straightened his back and said, "It's my own speculation." Yung Jifeng. Others. Even Yu Jiujiu doesn't believe Yung Jifeng, let alone Yung Jifeng. No one even glanced at him. They continued discussing Shenbin's origins in the Myriad Pagoda. Jiang Ji felt insulted. He telepathically asked Old Man Lu, "What do they mean?" Old Man Lu said expressionlessly, "I just mean you don't have the brains for it." Jiang Ji. He felt he was being bullied. Song Nansher stood silently to the side watching the excitement. After watching for a while, he coughed and said, "Now the question is, the Myriad Manifestations Pagoda is a pagoda that suppresses evil spirits and has a guardian. Since Shenbin himself is a disciple of the Myriad Manifestations Pagoda, could he be the legendary guardian? The group began to ponder. It sounds like a possibility, but someone like Shenbin guarding the tower. Why doesn't he just release the demon directly? Yoon Ji-fan speculated. He might also be the evil spirit suppressed inside. Song Nansher stopped fooling around. She said, the pagoda of myriad images is full of the remnants of demonic souls. Since Shenbin has an incarnation, it proves that he at least has a physical body. How could he possibly be a remnant soul inside? Yoon Ji-fan frowned and said, but I don't believe he is the tower guardian. If the tower guardian were really like him, those remnant souls would have been released long ago. Song Nansher stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, perhaps the demon emperor and the others know something. Otherwise, it couldn't be such a coincidence. Song Nansher thought for a moment, then pulled out a piece of paper and wrote down all the information they knew about Shenbin. The hexagram that Shenbin had mastered was the Kun hexagram. Shenbin manipulated shadow ghosts and was skilled in curses. Shenbin used to be frail and sickly, but it seems he's recovered now. When Song Nansher wrote this, he couldn't help but ask a question mark. Seeing this, Yoon Ji-fan added, he is very familiar with Senior Shi's legacy, and it is possible that he knew Senior Shi before Senior Shi ascended to immortality. This point was added during the Southern Song dynasty. And Shenbin claimed to have been a disciple of Wangxiang Pagoda. Song Nansher recorded quite a lot of things. Then she blew the ink dry, stuffed the paper into her storage ring, and said, we'll find out what they're up to when we go to Shui Jinhua. It simulates the illusionary realm within the Tower of All Things, where demons are suppressed. Song Nansher always felt that it wasn't that simple. Meanwhile, the disciple, who had been assigned a heavy task by his master, was dejectedly going to the street to buy materials. He haggled with the shopkeeper over a piece of stone. Then, by sheer coincidence, he caught a glimpse of two figures hiding in a dark alley, gesturing at each other's faces. He didn't recognize the two faces, but the familiar figure and the familiar feeling. The apprentice's eyes widened in surprise. He stopped haggling, threw down the spirit stones, grabbed the stones, and ran. What does this feel like? This feels like making a fortune. Master is wise. Praying to fairy song really works. And here comes their money. Song Nansher stayed in the inn for 2 days, during which time the situation in the demon palace changed dramatically. The captured demon cultivators were interrogated by the demon emperor himself. The demon emperor stayed in the torture chamber for 2 days without coming out, while the crown prince barely managed to shake off his romantic thoughts and contacted the races of the assassins outside the torture chamber. The result was that their actions went completely unnoticed by their own community. Qi Shuang didn't know how much of what they said was true or false, but they insisted that they didn't know. Qi Shuang thought about it and felt that it was probably true. The emperor's position is very secure, so they can't possibly make a move now. Moreover, even if they have rebellious intentions, they should be able to do so more discreetly and ruthlessly by mobilizing the entire clan. They would likely target the emperor directly, rather than the crown prince, who could be replaced even if he died. The crown prince died, but the demon emperor could still appoint another crown prince. However, the demon emperor himself died. Qi Shuan pursed his lips, having to admit that he no longer had the ability to stabilize the entire demon race after his father's death. But those assassins were clearly from the same clan as his father's enemies, the old Lion King's former subordinates, so why were they targeting him, the crown prince? Qi Shuan was completely baffled. At that moment, the demon emperor emerged from the torture chamber. He still reeked of blood. He waved away the guards and said directly, "Those assassins are all suspicious." Qi Xuan immediately looked over. What happened to them? The demon emperor sneered. They refused to say anything. Qi Xuan, isn't this normal? The demon emperor looked at his foolish son for a moment, then suddenly smiled. He said, "That's the most abnormal thing." He chuckled. Who do you think is interrogating them? Qi Xuan suddenly paused. He remembered his father's methods. It is said that after the old Lion King was defeated, he refused to say where his remaining troops were. The Demon King interrogated him for a day and a night. On the next day, the old Lion King, who had lost his hands and feet on the battlefield without even flinching, confessed everything. Even the old Lion King was like this. And these people. Moreover, it wasn't just one person who remained silent, it was everyone who stayed silent. If the old Lion King had such resilient subordinates, would he have lost back then? Qi Xuan immediately asked, "What does Father Emperor think is wrong with them?" The Demon Emperor sneered, "What do I think? I think they seem perfectly lucid and mentally sound, but I'm afraid they don't even know what they're holding on to. Someone tampered with their brains." He looked at his son thoughtfully. "That's strange. They went to so much trouble. Why aren't they targeting me, but you?" The father and son remained silent. After a long pause, Qi Xuan suddenly asked, "Father, may I go out?" Still caught up in his schemes, the Demon Emperor casually asked, "What are you going out for? Do you want to be bait?" Qi Xuan, "No, I want to go out and see Jiao Jiao." Demon Emperor. He watched helplessly as a hint of shyness gradually appeared on the face of his once ruthless crown prince. The Demon Emperor remained silent for a long time. Now, he suspects that not only those people in the present moment have mental problems. He also suspected that his son was mentally unstable. Song Nanshu received the news of Wu Lianzong's arrival on the afternoon of the third day. As a disciple of the Boundless Sect, she immediately rushed to the Boundless Sect's headquarters. It wasn't for any other reason than that, over the past few days, for some reason, every disciple of the Immortal Alliance had a statue of the God of Wealth with her face on it, which made Song Nan feel uneasy. She found the sect leader, but was then sent back by him. The sect leader looked at her, then at Yun Jifeng, who was following closely behind her, and said directly, "You will be attending this time alone, not with the Wuyang sect." Song Nanshu was shocked. "The Boundless Sect doesn't want me anymore." "Sect leader, what are you thinking? When the Demon Clan and the Immortal Alliance sent you invitations, you were all on the same invitation. Yun Jifeng was also on the invitation. He's not from the Boundless Sect, so he can't attend with the Boundless Sect. If you're going to go with the Boundless Sect, do you want him to attend alone?" Song Nanshu really wanted to say something. But after glancing at Yun Jifeng's expression, she finally said, "I don't want to." So the group had to return empty-handed. However, the sect leader also made other requests. He glanced at Song Nanshu's attire with some disdain and said, "You've already made a name for yourself in the Hehuan sect. Even if you're not with the Wuyang sect, you still represent the Wuyang sect. When you attend events, think carefully about your clothing. It's best if people can recognize you at a glance as the famous Song Nanshu." That's a difficult request. What should she wear to let people know she is Song Nanshu? Song Nan returned to the inn, lost in thought. She looked at her hands, then at her birth chart, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck her. So, the next day, the Immortal Dao Conference opened, and Yun Jifeng knocked on Song Nanshu's door to ask her to attend the opening ceremony together. The door slowly opened, Yoon Ji-fin looked up as if to speak, but stopped abruptly when he saw the figure behind the door. Jiang-ji and the others followed, and also paused for a moment. Inside the door, Song Nanshu was dressed in the same long robe as the fortune-tellers and swindlers at the entrance, holding a banner that swaggered around with a large bagua symbol on it. His hair was tied up and he wore a small hat, looking exactly like a swindler. Song Nanshu felt it was perfect, so perfect that if she put on a pair of round sunglasses, she could seamlessly blend into the group of half-blind fortune-tellers and be called Song the Half-Immortal. She asked, "So, can't you tell at a glance that I'm a fortune-teller?" Everyone. Yes. The sect leader will most likely break your legs. Ju Xiu felt that she couldn't just stand by and watch her junior sister have her leg broken by the sect leader. So she pulled Song Nanshu back directly. Song Nanshu was still struggling, arguing vehemently, "I think this outfit is quite good. It proves my identity well. This is our fortune-teller's professional attire." "What kind of professional attire is this?" Second senior sister threatened, "If you really wear this, I won't care if the sect leader breaks your legs." Song Nanshu was finished. Ju Xiu then asked her, "I went shopping with my junior sister a few days ago, and we happen to have a few clothes here that we just bought but haven't worn yet. What style do you want?" Then she pulled out the wardrobe and showed it to Song Nanshu. A wardrobe full of expensive-looking Buddhist robes. Song Nanshu. "Is this what a few items means?" "No, should I say, is this what a rich woman is like?" The rich woman said, "You choose." Song Nanshu thought about it carefully. Then she said, "It has to look like it belongs to someone who is very wealthy." Ju Xiu. She pretended not to hear and asked directly, "How about this red one?" Song Nanshu looked back. The dress was red and white, with intricate but not cumbersome embroidery, exuding understated luxury. Song Nan nodded reservedly. Ju Xiu quickly dressed her up, added some very imposing gold jewelry, and painted her with bright red lipstick. The aura instantly increased. Ju Xiu continued to instruct her, "Junior sister, you must remember, after the Qian hexagram appeared in the world, you are different from before. You are now famous. Countless people in the cultivation world want to see what a diviner who has mastered the Qian hexagram is like. So today, you must show the aura of the #1 diviner in the cultivation world. Suppress them completely. Let them know that you are not to be trifled with." She was full of passion. Song Nanshu. She couldn't help but say, "But senior sister, in terms of cultivation level, isn't old man sure the #1 diviner?" "Oh right, there's also Shenbin." The second senior sister waved her hand and said, "Then you are the #1 fortune teller in the future. In short, you'd better act noble and aloof today." Song Nanshu quickly dodged her wildly waving lipstick and covered his pounding heart. The second senior sister looked at her intently. "Can you do it?" Song Nanshu, "I'll try my best." The senior student nodded in satisfaction, continuing to draw for her while saying, "Anyway, once you arrive, talk to fewer people and maintain a proper demeanor. When you walk, hold your chin up, and when you look at people, lower your eyes." She created a persona for Song Nanshu, who listened and nodded. Until she finally added, "And also, don't eat sunflower seeds." Song Nanshu had only one meal. Facing her senior's intense gaze, she nodded reluctantly, "I'll try my best." Senior sister. She could already picture her aloof and elegant junior sister squatting on the ground, cracking sunflower seeds. She was silent for a moment, then said, "Never mind, let's leave it at that." She stepped aside to let Song Nanshu see her current appearance. Then Song Nansure saw a classic scene of a female protagonist turning evil with bright red lips. She paused for a moment, wondering if her senior sister had simply copied her own reborn and corrupted look from the original story onto herself. As the two walked out, Jiangji and Yu Jiujiu, who were squatting neatly against the wall, looked over, as did Yun Jifeng, who was leaning against the wall maintaining his cool demeanor. Yun Jifeng's eyes were instantly filled with amazement. He instinctively stepped forward, unable to resist wanting to say something. Then Song Nansure immediately grabbed a handful of melon seeds for him. Seeing him in a daze, she urged him, "Hurry up and help me crack these melon seeds. My senior sister won't let me crack any more when we get to the Immortal Cultivation Conference." Yun Jifeng, the senior sister, who harbored fantasies of being noble and aloof. "Okay, it's still the same Song Nansure." With a complicated expression, he helped his sweetheart crack sunflower seeds. At this Immortal Alliance conference, the demon race set up a palace. In order to give Song Nansure a boost, everyone surrounded him and headed towards the palace in a menacing manner. The five of them walked with the imposing presence of 500 people, causing the cultivators and demon cultivators, who were also heading to the palace, to frequently turn their heads back. Those who know them understand they are going to participate in the Immortal Cultivation Conference. Those who don't might think they are going to challenge other schools. At the very least, the Buddhist disciple standing bewildered by the roadside couldn't help but ask, "Esteemed benefactors, what is this all about? Shall we go fight?" The group turned around in unison, and the Buddhist disciple's words caught in his throat. He couldn't help but touch his staff. Song Nansure wanted to force a smile to greet the Buddhist disciple, but thinking of her second senior sister's noble and aloof demeanor, she kept a straight face and nodded reservedly. Zhu Xiu was quite satisfied with what she saw and asked on behalf of Song Nansure, "Isn't the Buddhist monk outside the city? He doesn't need to enter the city to go to the Imperial Palace." "There's no need to go into the city," he said frankly. "But this humble monk has gotten lost." Everyone. The Buddhist disciple looked at them with an innocent expression. "Yun Jifeng Buddha, please come with us." The Buddhist disciple had been waiting for these words, and he immediately burst into laughter, his holy monk face displaying an endearing, simple charm. He spoke frankly, "This humble monk has been waiting for someone I know to take me there. I've been waiting for half an hour already. It's so wonderful to meet you all." Zhu Xiu couldn't help but speak up, puzzled. If the Buddhist disciple often gets lost, then he should know quite a few people. "How come you've been waiting here for half an hour and haven't seen anyone you know?" The Buddhist disciple touched his bald forehead in distress. He said, "There are quite a few, but I don't know why. It seems that many people I've met over the years have some misunderstandings about me, which is very distressing for me." Upon hearing this, Song Nansure opened her eyes wide and looked over, but remembering her senior sister's teaching that a noble and aloof person should look down at others, she quickly lowered her eyes, her expression extremely noble and aloof. However, it seems that she didn't impress the Buddhist disciple with her cold and aloof demeanor. When the Buddhist disciple saw Song Nansure's closed eyes, he couldn't help but ask, "Benefactor Song, were you stung in the eyes?" Song Nansure. She now understands why the Buddhist monk has had no friends all these years. She gave a forced smile. "Buddha is joking. Since you have no friends, then come with us." The Buddhist disciple, who had been told he had no friends, touched his forehead and said with a troubled expression, "Thank you, benefactor." Thus, Song Nansure's group of 5 arrogant men gained another member. Surrounded by 3 main characters, 1 villain, and a Buddhist monk who didn't become the male lead in the romance novel because of his low emotional intelligence, Song Nansure, the canon father character in the original work, is under a lot of pressure. Unfortunately, whether it was because the protagonists around her had such a strong protagonist aura or because Song Nanshi's act was so convincing, some people, always eager for drama, recognized Song Nanshi and, seeing that they had brought along a Buddhist disciple, couldn't help but wonder what they were up to with their aggressive demeanor. They secretly followed behind them. Once there's a first, there's a second. Once there's a second, there's a third. Someone asked in a low voice, "What are we supposed to do by following them?" Someone answered, "I don't know, but they seem to be up to no good. Could it be that they're here to cause trouble for the demon race?" So, in no time, the news that Song Nanshi and his group were going to challenge the demon race spread like wildfire. Unaware of the facts, onlookers rushed over. By the time Song Nanshi and the others realized something was wrong, the number of people following behind them was already quite considerable. Song Nanshi felt uneasy. Listening to the sounds behind him, he couldn't help but say, "Something feels off. There are too many footsteps behind us." Zhu Xiu thought it was normal. "We're almost at the palace. Everyone here is attending the Immortal Cultivation Conference. It's just one road, so it's normal to travel the same way." Jiangji also thought it was normal. He had been the subject of much gossip during his years as Long Outian, and he calmly said, "A real man never looks back." Only Yung Jifeng felt something was wrong. So he suddenly turned around. Then he paused. Song Nanshi also turned around, and the others followed suit. Then they just stared at each other, completely bewildered by the huge crowd that blocked the entire road. Song Nanshi, Yung Jifeng, others. Before Song Nanshi and his group turned around, there was a lively scene behind them. While idly pointing at the lively group in front of them and guessing whether they were going to challenge the demon palace with such a fierce demeanor, they also chatted and made friends. Some local demons even saw a business opportunity and started selling peanuts, melon seeds, and other snacks around them. Song Nanshi and the others suddenly turned around, looked at each other, and Song Nanshi didn't say anything, and the people around them also quieted down. The whole street was so quiet that the only sound was the crackling of sunflower seeds. Song Nanshi opened his mouth and said weakly, "Are we blocking your way? Why don't you go first?" The group of people waved their hands repeatedly. "No need, no need. Fairy, please continue walking. We just like to walk slowly." Song Nanshi. Her smile froze, and she asked telepathically, "What are they trying to do?" Zhu Xiu remained silent for a moment, then guessed, "Perhaps he was attracted by your beauty." Song Nanshi ignored her question and asked, "So what should we do now?" The Buddhist disciple felt he couldn't stand idly by, so after thinking for a moment, he said, "How about this humble monk tries to persuade them? Or perhaps recite some Buddhist scriptures for them?" Song Nanshi became even more silent. She decided to forget about it, because she didn't want to be ganged up on by so many people. Yung Jifeng took a deep breath, turned his head expressionlessly, and said, "What else can we do? The road doesn't belong to us. If they want to follow, let them follow. Walk." Everyone turned around in unison, stiffening as they followed, their arrogance completely gone. On the roadside, Zhu Mingzi and Gui Qing, who were trying to sneak into the Immortal Dao assembly, stared in disbelief at this scene with two unfamiliar faces. Zhu Mingzi couldn't help but ask, "What are they trying to do?" Gui Qing overheard this and said uncertainly, "It seems like they're looking for trouble with the demon race." Zhu Mingzi was overjoyed. "Brilliant. If they start fighting amongst themselves, our great cause will be accomplished." The two exchanged a glance and immediately followed. Upon seeing this, a disciple of the Immortal Alliance, who was following them from a distance, immediately followed. Song Nansure was completely unaware that a scenario of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind them, was unfolding behind them. They walked stiffly to the outside of the demon clan's separate palace. When the demon guards saw such a large group of them approaching, they were all taken aback. A group of demon soldiers stood in front of them as if facing a formidable enemy, brandishing their spears to block their path. The leading general asked nervously, "What are you going to do?" Before Song Nansure and the others could even speak, the people behind them had already started to stir. Someone whispered, "They're here. They're about to fight." Upon hearing this, the general stared wide-eyed at Song Nan with extreme vigilance. Song Nansure swallowed hard and said weakly, "Actually, we came to participate in the Immortal Dog Conference and took the opportunity to see the Crown Prince." She wanted to establish a connection. Then the crowd behind them suddenly realized, so they wanted to kidnap the Crown Prince. Song Nansure. General. The general became even more nervous. Both sides were tense. Song Nansure couldn't help but turn around and glare at them fiercely. Everyone retreated as if afraid that Song Nansure would make them bleed profusely. She turned her head again, wanting to explain further, when she saw the general take a step back nervously, as if facing a formidable enemy, and say, "Go find General Dog, there's an enemy attack here. The enemy is very aggressive." The highly aggressive Song Nansure. She couldn't resist pulling out her invitation. "I have an invitation." The general, with an iron fist, said, "I don't believe you for a second." The two groups were forced to stare at each other blankly. Just then, the sect leader of Wuyang sect, who had been surrounded and greeted by a group of cultivators, finally managed to escape and strolled out to get some fresh air. Then he looked up and saw Song Nansure confronting the demon race, with a group of people following behind him. Song Nansure also saw him. Sect leader. Have their disciples become so successful? Are they trying to provoke the demon race? The two stared at each other, wide-eyed. After a long pause, Song Nansure said weakly, "Sect leader, do you think my entrance is impressive enough? Is it enough to give face to our boundless sect?" Sect leader. It's impressive and prestigious. He must have lost his mind to believe her guarantee. Song Nanshure's legs weren't broken. She was instead dragged inside by the sect leader in a sorry state. They were lectured for a full quarter of an hour before being allowed in. The group of people were led into the training ground by the demon guards, who then led them to their seats. The Buddhist disciple was also taken away. Song Nan sighed, and the others sighed too. But that wasn't all. A moment later, someone suddenly came out and said in a low voice, "His Majesty requests that you all come over." Song Nansure felt a chill in his heart. Oh no, they're here to settle the score. The demon emperor didn't want to settle scores with them. After listening to the guard's report, he remained silent for a moment before asking his crown prince, "Are they really reliable?" After a moment of silence, the crown prince assured him, although they are unreliable as individuals, they are quite dependable when it comes to important matters. The demon emperor felt even more doomed. But he had no better option now, so he could only ask his guards to fetch someone. As the guard left, another guard came in and reported, "Your Majesty, among the group that came with Fairy Song, 2 did not have invitations. We tried to arrest them, but they escaped." The demon emperor frowned and waved his hand, saying, "Let's add another layer of protection." The guards obeyed and left. The demon emperor wanted to discuss the matter further with his crown prince, but then he saw the crown prince quietly trying to leave. The demon emperor's eyes widened. "What do you want to do?" Qi Xuan was eager to go, I'll go pick up Jiao Jiao. Demon Emperor. Another day of thinking about changing the crown prince. He took a deep breath. You're not allowed to go anywhere. So when Song Nanshe and the others arrived somewhat nervously, they were met with a longing look from Qi Shuan. Qi Shuan immediately came forward, pepper. Before he could finish speaking, the Demon Emperor behind him shoved aside his embarrassed son and smiled without changing his expression, saying, "It is an honor to have such a distinguished guest here." Song Nanshe and Yun Jifeng exchanged a glance. This doesn't seem like they're trying to cause trouble for them. Song Nanshe then probed, "I wonder what brings His Majesty the Demon Emperor to seek us out this time." The Demon Emperor's smile remained unchanged, and he said in a gentle voice, "You are all straightforward people, so I won't stand on ceremony with you." He smiled and said, "I have come to see you all because of the Tower of Myriad Images." Song Nanshe and the others immediately exchanged a glance. The Demon Emperor was very perceptive and immediately asked, "Oh, it seems that you all know about the Myriad Manifestations Tower." Song Nanshe smiled and mumbled, "I've heard a little about it." The two looked at each other and began to make their own plans. Song Nanshe knew that the Wanxiong Pagoda was related to Shenbin, but the Demon Emperor did not know who Shenbin was. But he knew something was wrong with the pagoda of all things, the things pressed inside. After a moment's consideration, he said directly, "Since I've invited everyone, I won't hide anything from you." Song Nanshe raised an eyebrow and said, "Demon Emperor, please speak." The Demon Emperor then said, "This time, I and the leader of the Immortal Alliance held the Immortal Dog Conference ahead of schedule without any prior notice. Do you all know why?" Song Nanshe smiled and said, "The entire cultivation world is speculating why this Immortal Dog Conference was held ahead of schedule. How could we possibly know?" The Demon Emperor said directly, "Because the Myriad Manifestations Tower is malfunctioning." Song Nanshe's hand tightened immediately, as Yun Jifeng calmly pulled her back. The Demon Emperor looked at their expressions and said carefully, "You must have heard of the Myriad Manifestations Tower. You should know what it means if something goes wrong with the Myriad Manifestations Tower. This matter should not be known to too many people. It is because the Crown Prince trusts you that I want you to take the risk and help." Song Nanshe remained calm and said, "Your Majesty overestimates us. With the Myriad Manifestations Tower in trouble, the powerful figures from the cultivation world and the demon race are still here. How could it be our turn to help?" The Demon Emperor could only manage a wry smile. He said, "If problems arise elsewhere, I will naturally not allow you all to take risks, but this Myriad Pagoda." He paused, then asked, "Do you all know that without a guardian, no one can open the Pagoda of Myriad Images?" Song Nanshe and the other person exchanged a glance and nodded. The Demon Emperor's voice was calm, but half a month ago, the seal inside the Myriad Manifestations Tower was tampered with. Song Nanshe's first reaction was, "Did the tower keeper move?" She immediately thought of Shenbin. If Shenbin really was the tower keeper. But the Demon Emperor replied, "No." He said, "Whether the Myriad Manifestations Tower has a guardian or not, both the demon race and the Immortal Alliance have ways to find out. In fact, the Myriad Manifestations Tower hasn't had a guardian for many years, but at this time, the seal on the Myriad Manifestations Tower has been activated." He calmly said, "The Alliance leader and I only have two guesses. Either someone used some means to enter the Myriad Pagoda, or the thing inside has come to life." Song Nan seemed to be deep in thought. She looked at the Demon Emperor. She felt he wasn't being honest. His behavior of revealing everything about himself without stating his purpose meant he must have something important to ask of them. They already know everything they need to know, so they have no choice but to do it. This person is looking for accomplices. But she couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked, "What does the Demon Emperor want us to do?" The Demon Emperor laughed. He said, "I have information that the current guardian of the myriad manifestations pagoda will appear at the Immortal Dao Assembly." This is truly a bombshell. Even Qi Shuang didn't know about it. Song Nanshe was stunned, and so were the others. The Demon Emperor watched them, wanting to see how they would react. He is currently unsure who the Tower Guard is. He and the Alliance leader have made many guesses, including one of Song Nanshe's group. So after much deliberation, they decided to contact Song Nanshe first. Even if she wasn't the Tower Keeper, he still wanted to trick them into helping him find the Tower Keeper. I wonder how Song Nanshe will react. Just as he was thinking this, he saw Song Nanshe come back to his senses in a daze. Then she said enviously, "You got such a big tower for free. It's real estate. How much would it be worth if you sold it?" Demon Emperor. This fellow can't possibly be the Tower Keeper, otherwise the Tower of 10,000 Images will be doomed. Song Nanshe felt envious for a moment, then turned to ask the Demon Emperor, "Since the Tower Guardian will appear at the Immortal Dao Assembly, do you think I might be that Tower Guardian? Could she possibly get such a large property and a mountain for free?" The Demon Emperor watched her silently. Song Nanshe also looked back at the past with great seriousness. The Demon Emperor understood then that if she really was the Tower Guardian, she was capable of doing something outrageous like selling the Myriad Manifestations Tower. He said expressionlessly, "The Myriad Pagoda is not allowed to be bought or sold. The Immortal Alliance will not agree to it, nor will the demon race." Song Nanshe felt a little regretful upon hearing this. The Demon Emperor continued, "Moreover, that tower has been in disrepair for many years. If the Tower Keeper really appears, we will have to spend money to repair the tower." Upon hearing this, Song Nanshe immediately changed his tune, saying, "The Tower Keeper can't possibly be me. Where would I get the money to repair the tower? This Tower Keeper must be a rich man without a doubt." She spoke with absolute certainty, but the Demon Emperor merely glanced at her indifferently and remained silent. What he didn't see was that there hadn't been a Tower Guardian in the cultivation world for nearly 1,000 years. If a Tower Guardian were to appear, the demon race and the Immortal Alliance would have already agreed on how much money each would contribute to repair that tower. This is why he, the mighty Demon Emperor, suddenly became stingy. He wanted to save money to repair the tower. Of course, Song Nanshe didn't need to know these words. Regardless of whether she is the Tower Keeper or not, he must first eliminate the risk that this woman will sell the pagoda of myriad forms after obtaining it. Song Nanshe had no idea what the Demon Emperor and the Immortal Alliance leader, those two old foxes, were thinking. After regretting it for a while, he asked, "What does His Majesty want us to do? Does he want us to help find the Tower Guardian?" But His Majesty and the Alliance leader have a way of knowing when the Tower Guardian will appear, but we have no way of knowing. He subtly complained that the person he asked for help with only half the story. The Demon Emperor pretended not to hear and smiled. "Miss Song is joking. It's already too much trouble for you to help. How could I trouble you to find someone yourself?" Ultimately, they just don't want to say how they recognize the Tower Keeper. They make it sound better than they actually do. If Song Nanshe hadn't felt that this matter was definitely related to that old codger Shangbi, she wouldn't have bothered listening to this old fox's ramblings. She gave him a polite smile and watched him make it up. The old fox continued, "I asked Miss Song for help because I wanted her to protect my good-for-nothing son in the water mirror moon." Qi Shuang, who was staring at Yu Jiujiu, was pushed out by his own father with a bewildered look on his face. His father looked at him, giving him a knowing look. Qi Xuan. So what is he going to say? They didn't discuss it beforehand. But the Demon Emperor didn't think so. Although the father and son had a mediocre relationship, they had worked together to trick ministers before he disappeared. As long as the Crown Prince went along with him this time, he could continue to trick them and ask for their help, thanks to the Crown Prince's relationship with these people. The Crown Prince didn't react immediately, nor did he think anything of it. He continued to give subtle hints with his eyes. Qi Xuan, who often followed his father in causing trouble, finally realized what was happening this time, but he glanced at Yu Jiujiu and her fellow senior brothers and sisters across from him. These are all my family members. So he closed his eyes and maintained a high-quality silence. The Demon Emperor could tell from his eyes that he was being love-struck again, and he cursed him inwardly. But since he had already said all that, he could only bite the bullet and play along, saying, "My son's cultivation hasn't recovered since he was seriously injured. He's also entering the Water Mirror Moon today, so I can only ask you, young lady, to look after him for a bit." Song Nanshe was very perceptive. You have something that can identify the tower guard. Are you planning to have the Crown Prince take it in to find him? The Demon Emperor nodded directly. Yes, that's why we need Miss Song to look after me for a while. That's why he sought out Song Nanshe and the others. There are also disciples from the demon race participating in the Immortal Cultivation Conference, but the fewer people who know about this, the better. Besides, the matter of the Crown Prince's assassination attempt is still ongoing. If there are people who can reassure both the Crown Prince and him, and who also have the strength, then it is only Song Nanshe and his group. He felt that although the Crown Prince had undermined him, he had also considered things thoroughly, so he looked at Song Nanshe, waiting for her to bargain so he could respond accordingly. Then Song Nanshe looked directly at the Crown Prince and said, "If you get that thing that can identify the tower guard, don't forget to show it to us so we can see it too." Demon Emperor. Are you going to play dirty tricks right in front of me? What a joke. The Crown Prince isn't stupid. How could he possibly? The prince happily replied, "All right." Demon Emperor. Okay, the Crown Prince is a fool. The Demon Emperor, betrayed by his own son, took a deep breath, feeling a throbbing pain in his forehead. If they dared to discuss this right in front of him, then what was the point of all the groundwork and scheming he went through? Should we leave it to that love-struck, rebellious son to win over his sweetheart? At this moment, Song Nanshe still had a knowing look on his face and smiled meaningfully. The Demon Emperor was certain that if he really gave the item to the Crown Prince, it would immediately fall into their hands. But besides the Crown Prince, he had no other trustworthy people. In that case, the Demon Emperor suddenly smiled and said gently, "If Miss Song wants to see it, she can just say so. Why go through all this trouble? Someone, bring me what I kept in the storeroom." The dog general, who had been guarding outside the door, immediately obeyed the order and left. The Crown Prince turned around in shock to look at his father. The Demon Emperor sneered inwardly. "You little brat, you think you can use my things to curry favor with your sweetheart? Dream on. Since things have come to this point, it's better to let him say it himself." He smiled and said, "This has always been a secret between our two clans. I have never told the Crown Prince about it before. Since Miss Song is curious, I will tell you about it this time." Song Nanshe immediately gave a thumbs up. "Your Majesty is wise and magnanimous." The two chatted and laughed, while the Crown Prince, having lost his usefulness, looked dejected. Yun Jifen watched from the side, his face filled with unbearable disapproval. When he was still the Prince of Qilin, he had heard stories of how the Demon Clan Crown Prince suppressed his brothers to the point of being unable to raise their heads in order to ascend to the throne. This showed he was a ruthless person, but now. Young Jifeng, who was currently experiencing love-struck thoughts, thought, indeed, love makes people blind. General Dog quickly presented a box to the Demon Emperor and then cautiously withdrew. The Demon Emperor clearly didn't fully trust even someone like General Dog, who had followed him for a long time. He watched until General Dog was completely out of sight, then reached out and made a soundproof barrier before saying, "Miss Song, please take a look." Song Nansure moved closer, and the others followed suit. The Demon Emperor carefully opened the box and took out a token that was covered in rust and whose patterns and writing were barely legible. The group stared curiously at the iron-like token, while the Demon Emperor slowly said from the side, "This token was left behind by the last Tower Guardian 1,000 years ago. He foresaw that there might be many years without a Tower Guardian after him, so he left this token, saying that once a Tower Guardian appears in the Myriad Manifestations Tower, the writing on this token will change. If we are in dire need, we can use this to find the Tower Guardian." The sensitive time point 1,000 years ago made Song Nansure narrow his eyes. She couldn't help but ask, could the Tower Keeper from 1,000 years ago have foreseen what would happen 1,000 years from now? Was that Tower Keeper also a diviner? The Demon Emperor glanced at him and shook his head. "I don't know about that. But the Tower Guardian did leave a letter saying that if the situation becomes unavoidable, all that is needed is to hold the Immortal Dao Assembly, and the Tower Guardian will appear." Song Nansure pondered, "But the Immortal Dao Assembly hasn't started yet. But the seal on the Myriad Manifestations Tower has been activated, so you held the Immortal Dao Assembly ahead of schedule." The Demon Emperor smiled. "Miss Song is intelligent." Song Nansure pondered for a moment, then asked, "Why don't you just take this token and go find people? There are quite a few people gathered here now. Just walk around in the crowd with the token and see who it is. Why go through all this trouble with Shu'ei Jinyua?" The Demon Emperor laughed and said, "Miss, the reason we still need to go to such great lengths to search is because the current Tower Guardian may not actually be the Tower Guardian." He said calmly, "To become a Tower Guardian, one must be recognized by the Myriad Manifestations Tower. I'm not afraid for you to know, young lady. This Water Mirror Moon is the Myriad Manifestations Tower's test for its guardians. Every generation of Tower Guardians has to pass this test. This Immortal Dao Assembly is less about comparing the youth of the two races and more about finding Tower Guardians." Song Nansure suddenly understood. She said, "Why has the format of this Immortal Cultivation Conference changed so much? It turns out they just wanted to send everyone into this Tower of Trials to see who the Tower Guard would come out." Song Nansure asked, "Are those who pass the test the only ones who can guard the tower?" The Demon Emperor said, "The Water Mirror Moon is a test, but it is only a test of ability. Anyone with ability can pass it, so those who pass the test are not necessarily the Tower Guardians, but the Tower Guardians will definitely pass the test. There may be many people who can come out of the Water Mirror Moon this time, and among them will be the Tower Guardians selected by the Myriad Manifestations Tower. What I want you to do is to find the Tower Guardians from among those who have passed the test." Song Nansure understood immediately. She then laughed and said, "Do you think we can survive the test? To find a Tower Keeper who has passed the test, one must first pass the test. They might be the first to be tested. Otherwise, while they are still fighting on the road, the Tower Guardians have passed the test of the Tower of Myriad Forms and obtained the identity of Tower Guardians, and the words on the token have changed. How would they know which person who passed the test made the token change?" The Demon Emperor smiled and said, "I have great confidence in your strengths." Song Nansure couldn't help but curse Old Fox in his heart as he looked at it. but now that we know the myriad pagoda is related to Shengbi. She smiled and said, since the demon emperor has entrusted me with this task, I will naturally not refuse. The demon emperor also laughed, picked up the token and said, then this token. He reached out to the prince, and subconsciously wanted to hand it to him. Qi Xuan subconsciously reached out to take it. But the demon emperor immediately recalled his own son's betrayal. Without changing his expression, he turned his hand and solemnly placed it in Song Nanshi's hand, smiling. Then this token will be given to Miss Song. Qi Xuan. Song Nanshi smiled and said, no problem, no problem. As if that wasn't enough, the demon emperor glanced at the crown prince and said, I won't trouble you all with my good-for-nothing son. Just go ahead and do your best in the water mirror moon, and don't let this kid hold you back. Qi Xuan. Song Nanshi. Ha ha ha, okay, okay. So everyone except Qi Xuan was very happy. Song Nanshi happily pocketed the token and left. Halfway there, she couldn't help but consult a fortune teller, and the fortune she sought was for her wealth. Her fortune reading a few days ago indicated bad luck and potential financial losses, which had left her on edge for several days. But things have been going so smoothly these past few days, so it must be. I lost a lot of money. Song Nanshi stopped in his tracks, staring at the divination chart without saying a word. What happened? What exactly happened? How did her fortune-telling, which predicted a slight financial loss, suddenly turn into a major financial loss? She didn't do anything, did she? She only accepted a commission from the demon emperor and even guessed which unlucky guy would have to repair the myriad manifestations tower, right? Surely she couldn't be the unlucky one. Song Nanshi suddenly shivered. No, it absolutely cannot be her. After Song Nanshi and the others left, the demon emperor kicked out his troublesome son as well, and went to another palace to see the alliance leader who had not shown up. The alliance leader asked as soon as they met, how did it go? Have you contacted them? What do you think is the probability that Song Nanshi is the tower guardian? The demon emperor couldn't help but recall Song Nan's shocking statement about reselling real estate. He immediately declared firmly, no. I don't believe it. It can't be done. Alliance leader. He looked at his current teammates speechlessly. He said with some disdain, she's just a little girl, and she managed to scare you like this. You've become more and more naive these past few years. The demon emperor stared at him expressionlessly, eager to know his reaction if he knew the myriad manifestations tower would be sold. He took a deep breath, remained silent, and said only, well, you saw those assassins and demon cultivators. Did you notice anything unusual about them? In terms of methods related to the sea of consciousness, the alliance leader is superior to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed the alliance leader to see his prisoners. The alliance leader's expression turned serious. He said directly, you're right. Their brains have been tampered with, and now they're obsessed with a certain thing so much that they don't even think there's anything wrong with it. He pondered, I suspect that someone has used their divine sense to influence their divine sense. The demon emperor was puzzled. It has been more than 300 years since I defeated them. In all these years, these people have been scattered in various parts of the demon race. In order to prevent them from making a comeback, I have not allowed them to move. They have not gathered together. Whose divine sense is so powerful that it can affect the group of people who opposed me back then from thousands of miles away? And why are they only targeting my son and not me? The alliance leader pondered for a moment and asked, then I'll have to ask you, during those years when you were fighting so fiercely, did you ever notice anything unusual about them? The demon emperor was about to say no when he suddenly paused. He murmured, I remember now. The time I defeated the Lion King was right under the Tower of 10,000 Elephants. Song Nansure, clutching his rusty token, listened to the sermons of the respected elders of the demon and human races until he was drowsy. Only then did the demon emperor and the alliance leader rush over to announce that the water mirror moon could be opened. Song Nansure perked up and immediately raised his head. Then she saw the demon emperor glance at her, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. Song Nansure strained to read it, but couldn't glean anything from the unspoken words. Then, as if nothing had happened, she stood up and went down to the stage with the other young talents who were about to enter the water mirror moon. The demon emperor's eyes were practically twitching with disbelief. Song Nansure simply couldn't decipher his expression. Helpless, he could only take out a bead that emitted a 7-colored light, which was the legendary water mirror moon. Then he gave a long, inspiring speech. At that moment, Qu Shuang quietly transformed into a rabbit and hopped onto Yu Jiajiu's shoulder, startling her so much that she almost punched him. Just then, the demon emperor suddenly threw the water mirror moon, and the colorful bead immediately floated in mid-air, shining brightly. At that moment, Song Nansure felt dizzy and lightheaded, as if he had lost his balance. She instinctively reached out and grabbed, and Yun Jifeng immediately took her hand. She barely managed to open her eyes, and at that moment, whether it was her imagination or not, she vaguely saw two blurry figures suddenly burst into the light. But the next moment, she was completely enveloped in the light. When Song Nansure came to her senses, she was already standing on a dark mass of rubble. The only people around were Yun Jifeng and his group. Some were pressing their foreheads, while others were trying to vomit as if they were carsick. Song Nansure looked up and glanced at it. Then she discovered that although this place was modeled after the pagoda of all things, it had nothing to do with the pagoda at all. The entire space was boundless, filled with black rubble, and the sky above was dark and oppressive. Song Nansure couldn't help but say, "This place is pretty good." After Zhu Xiu finished vomiting, she wiped her mouth and came over, asking instinctively, "What's okay?" Song Nansure shrewdly said, "Look how suitable this place is for enlightenment. It's said that there are many dangerous demons here, making it perfect for cultivators who are about to reach a bottleneck to come in and train. What if I were the tower guardian? After I took over the Myriad Manifestations Tower, I could sell training opportunities from the Myriad Manifestations Tower and charge 888 spirit stones per person per day. Wouldn't that be marketable? At that time, this place will become the Tianxian Postgraduate Entrance Examination Study Room. The perfect place for you to cultivate and advance your skills." Zhu Xiu, Yun Jifeng, others. It's perfectly reasonable that the Demon Emperor doesn't want you to be the tower guard. After a moment of silence, ignoring Song Nanshure's words, the group gathered together to discuss where they had been teleported to, creating a very friendly and harmonious atmosphere. Song Nansure was quite dissatisfied. "Don't you think my suggestion is very constructive?" "It's very constructive, but too constructive, which makes it seem a bit inhumane." Yun Jifeng glanced at her and said tactfully, without showing any emotion, "Many people have entered the water mirror moon, and the tower guardian is still uncertain. It's too early to talk about these things." Song Nansure thought about it and agreed. So she could only say regretfully, "Then we can only wait until we find the tower keeper and see if we can cooperate with him. Everyone, please leave the Vientiane Tower alone." Yun Jifeng paused for a moment, then changed the subject. "It is said that the demon in the water mirror moon was set up according to the strength of the demon remnant soul sealed in the Myriad Manifestations Tower before its death. But it is unknown how much of the demon's strength in the water mirror moon can be simulated. Seeing that no one responded, Song Nansha could only regretfully give up on the topic. She casually replied, "It certainly won't be a complete simulation. Those who can be sealed into the myriad manifestations tower are figures like the demonic leaders of the demonic sect 10,000 years ago. Back then, they could easily turn the cultivation world upside down. If their strength could be completely simulated, then those who could pass the test would probably be saviors. I think at most, they can only simulate 30% or 40% of their strength." Zhu Xiu thought for a moment, then sighed. Even 30至40% of their strength is difficult to deal with. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the Demon Emperor accidentally found Song Nansha and the others using a spirit mirror that could reflect the moon in the water mirror, and that's when he heard those words from her. The Demon Emperor paused for a moment, as did the other sect leaders and patriarchs of the demon race in the main hall. Some people couldn't help but exclaim, "This young man is remarkably perceptive." Although the demon in the water mirror moon imitated the former strength of the demon remnant soul in the Tower of Myriad Manifestations, it could only imitate a little over 30%, at most 40%. With such strength, aside from a few truly powerful demons, most are people they can either deal with or escape from. The man couldn't help but ask, "Whose disciples are these people? Just their keenness is impressive. I wonder what their strength is like." As soon as he said that, people started to see something. A voice said sourly, "The Venerable One has been in seclusion for too long. This is Song Nansha, a rising star in our cultivation world and a disciple of the Boundless sect. She became famous throughout the world for mastering the Qian hexagram at the Hehuan sect grand ceremony." The Venerable One did not respond to this, but simply smiled and said, "That is indeed a clever child." The sect leader of Wuyang sect said with a half smile, "You flatter me, master. I thank you on behalf of my disciple." The man snorted coldly and remained silent. Their undercurrents were turbulent, and the Demon Emperor, who controlled the spirit mirror, was seething with rage. Just as the water mirror moon was about to open, two suspicious people broke into it. He took out the spirit mirror intending to find those two suspicious people, but unexpectedly, he saw Song Nansha. She even said those words to attract everyone's attention. He dared not let these old fogies pay attention to them now. After all, Song Nansha and the others knew the inside story of the Myriad Pagoda, and they didn't know that someone was watching them from the outside. If they carelessly let something slip inside, he would be the one who had to explain it. He then calmly said, "Everyone, let's continue turning the spirit mirror. Finding those two suspicious people is the most important thing right now." The person who had been sourly complaining said, "No rush, no rush. I didn't even have a chance to see this fairy song before. Since the Mirror of Spirit has coincidentally landed on them, why not take a good look at their performance? Ha ha ha, she's a fortune teller. I've heard that fortune tellers are very meticulous, unlike my disciples, who are just roughnecks." The Demon Emperor remained outwardly calm, but inwardly, he wished he could drag this troublemaker out and beat him up. He said calmly, "I have no objection, but we don't know what those two who barged in are up to. What if they harm the other disciples?" The troublemaker was about to say something when he saw Song Nansha, who had just been speaking with his head down in the mirror, suddenly turn his head sharply, staring directly at the outside of the mirror, and coldly say, "Who?" The people outside the spirit mirror were startled, as was the Demon Emperor, but he quickly regained his senses and took the opportunity to turn the spirit mirror away from them. Then everyone started looking at each other in bewilderment. The Demon Emperor and the Alliance leader exchanged a glance, and were both alarmed. The troublemaker swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask, "Did they see the magic mirror?" The Demon Emperor immediately retorted, "Impossible. Even if you were inside, you wouldn't notice someone watching you through the spirit mirror. The spirit mirror was originally one with the water mirror moon, used to observe the inside of the water mirror moon. When it was in operation, there was no spiritual energy fluctuation at all, so how could it be detected? The man was puzzled, then she. The sect leader then calmly put down his teacup and said with a faint smile, "Master, there's no need to be surprised. My disciple is just a little too perceptive." He smiled and said, "The diviners are very meticulous. They are much more perceptive than other cultivators, unlike me, a roughneck. Song Nansure, that girl, has mastered the Qian hexagram, so she is naturally more perceptive than other diviners. Don't you think so, Master?" He repeated what he had just said to Song Nan. The troublemaker could only curse the old man in his heart while replying with a dark face. Then he turned to the demon emperor and challenged him, "Your Majesty, until now, you still haven't said what you're up to with this immortal Dao assembly. We agreed to it because we trusted you and the alliance leader, so you have to give us an explanation." Demon Emperor: "Well, I still have to give a good explanation." At that moment, in the moonlit water, Song Nansure had just thoughtfully withdrawn his gaze. Yung Jifeng seemed to sense something as well, and stared at the void without saying a word. They remained silent, which made Jiangji and the others afraid to utter a sound. They held their breath, drew their weapons, and looked around, remaining vigilant for a while, but still couldn't find anything. Jiangji couldn't help but lower his voice and asked, "Junior sister, now?" Song Nanshure's voice returned to normal. "It's all right now." Jiangji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He didn't suspect they were being paranoid, but simply asked in a low voice, "What was that just now?" Song Nanshure pondered, "There's no danger. We're competing inside, and there must be someone watching from outside." Upon hearing this, Jiangji couldn't help but look around. Then he lowered his voice, "Now." Song Nanshure closed his eyes and sensed it for a moment, then shook his head. "It's gone." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Honestly, if someone is constantly watching you, it's hard to say anything meaningful. While they were talking, Yung Jifeng kept observing his surroundings. Finally, he squatted down on a black stone, touched the stone, and stood up, saying, "Although this water mirror moon is just an illusion, it should be related to the myriad manifestations tower. I just don't know if the demons here are complete illusions or reflections of the remnants of demons in the myriad manifestations tower." Song Nanshure took out his horoscope and said directly, "Just take a look." She immediately cast a divination to determine which places were dangerous. Then the pointers on the birth chart started spinning randomly. Song Nanshure fell silent for a moment, staring at the horoscope for a long time. Others also gathered around to take a look. Since they couldn't understand it, Zhu Xiu asked curiously, "Junior sister, why does your destiny chart point to so many different things? What does this mean?" Song Nanshure calmly put away the horoscope. She said calmly, "It means that wherever we are standing now, there is danger everywhere." As soon as she finished speaking, the earth and rocks around them, 100 meters away, all rose up, and one by one, white skeletons wearing armor rose from under the earth and rocks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Countless. Song Nanshure could not see the end of the line at all. Jiangji, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but hiss. He murmured, "This." Song Nanshure said casually, "Pretty blatant, isn't it?" Everyone. Perhaps insulted by these words, the nearest skeleton warrior picked up his sword and slashed at them, leading the charge. The skeletons behind him immediately followed. The group immediately stood back to back, and Zhu Xiu asked nervously, "What do we do now?" "Song Nansha, what do we do?" "Fight!" Seeing that Yu Jiujiao's face was a little pale, she comforted her. "Jiujiao, although these skeletons are wearing armor, they look quite brittle. In this situation, your fists should be the most useful. Go! Give them a couple of punches." They had all witnessed Jiaojiao's strength. A foundation establishment cultivator, with the added benefit of social anxiety, could unleash a punch with the power of a nascent soul cultivator. Even Song Nansha might not be able to withstand it. Now, with so many skeletons, Jiaojiao must be. However, the next moment, they heard Jiaojiao's voice, which was trembling with sobs. "Senior sister, I don't think this will work." "Song Nansha, huh?" Yu Jiujiao's face turned red. She glanced at the skeletons, focusing on their skeletal faces, and said with a round expression, "Why don't they have any faces?" Without a face, no matter how explicit the content, she can't develop social anxiety. Song Nansha. "Oh no, the buff is gone. Yu Jiujiao is currently in its normal state." Song Nansha was dumbfounded, and Jiang Ji was dumbfounded too. He asked naively, "Then what should we do?" "Song Nansha, what do we do?" "Get him started. What's there to be afraid of without buffs? As long as we crush all these bastards into bone dust, then junior sister won't need any buffs." The group immediately charged into the horde of skeletons. Meanwhile, outside, the Demon Emperor was still turning the spirit mirror to search for the two suspicious people, while the sect master of the Boundless sect had already lowered his head and was whispering to an elder of the Boundless sect. He lowered his voice and said, "The gravel beach where Nansha and the others are staying looks familiar to me." The elder said with a somewhat complicated expression, "Of course they look familiar. You even looked at them last night after the Demon Emperor sent us the information on the evil spirit in the Water Mirror Moon." His expression was complicated. That is the first level of the illusion, corresponding to the first level of the Myriad Pagoda, the habitat of the Bone Demon. Among the dozen or so demons in the first level, the Bone Demon is the strongest and has the most bone soldiers under its command. They've picked the toughest one to deal with. "Sect leader," he said with mixed feelings, "is their luck good or bad?" As the two of them were whispering to each other, the Demon Emperor suddenly said, "I think I just saw the shadows of those two people. No, let's go back." The two immediately looked over and saw the Demon Emperor turning the spirit mirror back. But when he dialed back to the location he said he saw, the spot was empty. The Demon Emperor frowned deeply. Did they also notice the spirit mirror? Otherwise, how could they have dodged it so quickly? But they are not Song Nansha. Even if they were Song Nansha, they wouldn't have been able to dodge this quickly. The Demon Emperor sensed something was wrong. Meanwhile, in the Water Mirror Moon, Zhu Mingzi and Gui Qing had just narrowly escaped the spirit mirror's prying eyes. Zhu Mingzi said, "No, we need to find a place where they can't easily detect us, otherwise our true forms." He had just finished speaking when a voice came from beside him. The voice said coldly, "Fool, can't you even handle such a small matter?" The two of them were startled. The voice sneered, "Did you bring Big Yellow's body with you?" The two immediately lowered their heads. "We've brought them." The voice carried a hint of laughter. He said, "Perfect timing. I've had enough of this Vantian Tower. It's time to come out." The two men exchanged a glance, then knelt down simultaneously, saying, "Welcome back, Master." The sound was satisfactory. He said, "Very good, now you only need to do one thing." He said, You must climb to the last level of the illusion before Song Nanshe and the others. The two? They asked cautiously, Master, could you give us some shortcuts, or perhaps help us? The voice was self-righteous. I need to conserve my strength to deal with them. Can't you even handle this small matter? The two? So they still have to rely on themselves. The voice disappeared, and the two stood up and glanced at each other. Song Nanshe's team has one member who is in the tribulation transcending stage. How can they climb to the last level before the other team? The two seemed to be deep in thought. In the illusion, Song Nanshe and his companions were still fighting and retreating. These bone soldiers are not difficult to deal with, but the problem is their sheer number. It's like they can't be killed off one batch at a time. Another batch just keeps appearing, which is incredibly annoying. Song Nanshe didn't know if this place originally had so many skeletons, or if it was a test deliberately set up by the illusion. The fight lasted for a quarter of an hour. No one was seriously injured, but they were forced back about half a mile. By the time Song Nanshe realized something was wrong, they were already standing on a huge stone platform. The moment they stepped onto the stone platform, the skeletons that had been relentlessly pursuing them suddenly retreated, dispersing like a tide in an instant. Song Nanshe paused involuntarily. Then she turned to look at the huge stone platform. The stone platform is flat and you can see the end of it at a glance. On this flat stone platform, the most eye-catching thing is a towering stone pillar in the very center of the platform. There seemed to be something tied to that stone pillar. Song Nanshe glanced at Yoon Jifeng, then at the bone demon, who had retreated to a great distance below the stage, and said directly, "Let's go take a look." The group then took their weapons and went forward. As they got closer, they saw that the stone pillar was so thick that it would take 3 people to hug it, and that a huge skeleton about 3 meters tall was tied to the pillar. The skeleton was bound by huge iron chains, with an iron arrow stuck in its chest. The arrow was clearly rusted, but its armor was still exceptionally gorgeous, inlaid with various gemstones, and even the armor plates were made of polished gold. It was so gorgeous that it was almost as if it was built with money. Its splendor was so great that even Yoon Jifeng couldn't help but take a second look. They looked at each other. This armor, this skull. Song Nanshe was getting restless, and the others, influenced by him, were also starting to get restless. Yoon Jifeng, being somewhat rational, couldn't help but say, "The other skeletons have retreated so far. This skeleton must be very intimidating to them, perhaps even their leader." Song Nanshe nodded seriously, "I think so too." Yoon Jifeng couldn't help but glance sideways. "Then we..." Song Nanshe said seriously, "Of course, we should do what we have to do." She spoke with righteous indignation and stern words. Yoon Jifeng understood. Song Nan stepped forward. Meanwhile, in the main hall, the Demon Emperor once again inadvertently turned the spirit mirror to Song Nanshe and his group. At this moment, Song Nanshe and the others were standing in front of the Bone Demon King, and the group was discussing something with their heads down. This time, the Demon Emperor stopped on his own. The Bone Demon King knew. 4,000 years ago, this person led a group of bone demons to slaughter several demon cities. The Demon Emperor at the time risked his life to kill him and sealed his remnant soul into the Myriad Manifestations Tower. Even with only a third of its strength, the Bone Demon King is not easy to deal with. The Demon Emperor immediately began reading. Others are also discussing it. They overheard Song Nanshe and her group discussing the danger of the Bone Demon King, just as Song Nanshe finished saying she was going to do what they needed to do. So the group of bigwigs felt that these young people were quite reliable. At least they knew the danger, so they would be cautious and wouldn't act recklessly. And since Song Nansure said she would do what she was supposed to do, it proved that she wasn't the kind of person who would run away from danger. Many people developed a good impression of Song Nansure. Only the sect leader of Wuyang sect, who knew what kind of person Song Nansure was, suddenly felt something was wrong. He forced a smile and said, "Your Majesty, finding the person is more important. Otherwise, we could take the spirit mirror." The demon emperor raised his hand to stop him from speaking. He was very interested. "No, let's take a look first." Others also wanted to take a look first. The sect leader's 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. He could only take a deep breath and remain seated expressionlessly. The ignorant elder of the Boundless sect was still chuckling. "Great. It's a good opportunity to show them the strength of our Boundless sect." Sect leader, hee. At the same time, Song Nansure stepped forward, with Yoon Jifeng protecting her at her side. The others were on high alert for any sudden attacks from those around them. Even seasoned veterans couldn't help but nod in approval of this lineup. Some praised, "He has courage. He didn't just run away blindly, nor was he reckless. He knows how to protect himself, which is very good." As he was speaking, Song Nansure walked up to the Bone Demon King. A group of powerful figures watched intently through the magic mirror, eager to see what she would do. Song Nansure extended his hand. Nian. Without batting an eye, she picked up a gem that looked very valuable. "Everyone." The sect leader closed his eyes heavily. Someone hesitated. "Are they damaging each other's armor?" Before he finished speaking, Song Nansure began tearing off the gold plates from his armor. The person? Okay, they just want to make money. The gems on this skull armor are obviously very valuable, judging from their color, and Song Nansure was having a great time talking about them. Because she was so focused, it took her a while to realize that someone seemed to be watching them. The image of those powerful seniors outside staring intently at her as she worked on the gemstones flashed through Song Nanshure's mind. She fell silent for a moment, struggling internally for a second or two. Then she continued picking at it without changing her expression. "Forget it, making money isn't anything shameful." She quickly convinced herself, nodded in the direction of the spirit mirror based on her intuition, and calmly said, "Everyone, please continue." Then he continued to casually swipe his QQ. The people outside the spirit mirror. Someone couldn't help but look at the leader of the Wuyang sect and said with mixed feelings, "Your sect's disciples have a good attitude." The sect leader, covering his face, said, "Hee, yes, you're quite polite, aren't you? Ha 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 ha." Everyone felt a little sorry for him when they saw his old face, which didn't even turn red. Having such a disciple, one has probably developed a thick skin. Outside the spirit mirror, a group of seniors stared intently. Inside the water mirror moon, apart from Song Nansure, the others didn't really feel that they were being watched. When Jiangji saw Song Nansure speaking into the void, he felt his whole body tremble. He looked around and lowered his voice. "Did you see a ghost?" Song Nansure is a senior from outside. Jiangji suddenly realized what was going on, and then he and his 2 junior sisters bowed in the direction where Song Nansure had just nodded, being very polite. The seniors outside. The rude Yoon Jifeng. He hesitated about whether to join the group, then realized something, suddenly turned to look at the skeleton, and slowly gripped the hilt of his sword. Song Nansure, who was intently working on a very solid gemstone, looked up thoughtfully. The 3-meter-tall skeleton remained motionless in their sight, like a dead object. Only the plates hanging from the armor swayed slightly, whether from the wind or from Song Nansure pulling on the gemstones, it was unclear. Those outside the spirit mirror were suddenly startled, and someone couldn't help but say, "The Bone Demon King has awakened." Seeing the two staring thoughtfully at the Bone Demon King, someone couldn't help but ask, "Have they discovered it or not?" In the water mirror moon, Song Nansure stared at the lifeless skeleton for a moment, then suddenly chuckled and said, "It's too troublesome to pry it off piece by piece. Let's just take off the skeleton's armor and sell it to everyone." Yoon Ji-fan smiled and said, "I think it's good." Without saying a word, the two of them started to strip the skeleton of its armor right in front of the skeleton and the big shot outside the spirit mirror. This time, not only the big shots thought it was outrageous, but even Jiangji and his group thought it was outrageous. Jiangji hesitated. "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" The Bone Demon King, whose clothes were being ripped off by someone's bare hands, also felt uncomfortable. Its brain, which hadn't been used for many years, began to work with difficulty, and it started to think about how these people could be so shameless. Anyone who is sound asleep and wakes up to find someone picking at the jewels on their clothes, and then going so far as to try to strip them naked, would find it outrageous. In his lifetime, he was always the one who plundered other people's money and lives. Even when only a remnant soul remained and was sealed in the Tower of Myriad Manifestations, he was still the king among so many demons on the first floor. He had never suffered such humiliation. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He began to struggle with whether to continue pretending to be ignorant and take advantage of their carelessness to wipe them out in one fell swoop, or to not accept this injustice and stand up to argue with them. While he was struggling with this decision, Song Nansure and Yoon Ji-fan had already joined forces to peel off the outermost layer of the skull's jewel-encrusted armor. Song Nansure quickly put the items into his storage ring, and in the blink of an eye, only the black iron armor inside the skeleton and a few scattered gems embedded in the armor remained. It suddenly looks much shabby. Song Nansure and his men didn't stop there. They continued to peel away the skeleton, and before long, the exposed bones became truly exposed. The Bone Demon King finally couldn't take it anymore. Before the two shameless humans could reach out their claws, the entire skeleton suddenly moved. He let out a muffled groan from his chest, reached out and grabbed the iron chains that were binding him, and yanked them off. He then raised his hand and swung it at the two humans. Without saying a word, Song Nansure retreated immediately, refusing to engage the 3-meter-tall skeleton in hand-to-hand combat. Yoon Ji-fan, on the other hand, stood motionless, raising his sword to block the swinging iron chain, actually deflecting the heavy chain back. Standing at a distance, Song Nansure raised an eyebrow upon seeing this and said, "So they're alive. I thought those gems were unclaimed. I'm so sorry." The Bone Demon King let out a deep, gruff snort. The 3-meter-tall giant's voice was incredibly imposing. He stretched out his bony hand, pulled the iron sword from his chest, and said in a deep voice, "Return General Bone's things, and General Bone may spare you from eating you and leave you with a complete corpse. Otherwise, General Bone will have to take it from your corpses." It took Song Nansure a moment to realize that Bone General was what the big guy called himself. She thought about it and realized that what she had done was indeed not very ethical. Then she took out a golden armor plate from her storage ring. Jiangji and the others were quite surprised to see that Song Nan had been so generous this time. Then Song Nansure pried off a piece of gold the size of a fingernail from the gold armor plate, placed it on the ground with great reluctance, and said heavily, "Then you can use this to make a coffin." Jiangji and the others. Bone Demon King. He felt insulted. He had never suffered such injustice, either in life or in death. He immediately said in a gruff voice, "You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. You've touched General Bone's things, and General Bone will use you as his snacks." Song Nansha. What kind of cannibalistic madman's diary is this? Without saying a word, she said directly, Yoon Ji-fin, go. At the same time, the Bone Demon King brandished his iron chain in one hand and grabbed the iron arrow he had drawn from his chest with the other, charging towards Yoon Ji-fin. He looked at the tiny, weak humans before him, and the image of them, just like the humans he had killed in his previous life, being easily crushed by him appeared before his eyes. He grinned maliciously and stepped over it. Yoon Ji-fin stood before him without flinching, letting out a cold laugh. Outside the spirit mirror, everyone remained completely silent. The exciting battle didn't attract their attention. Their minds were still on that piece of gold the size of a fingernail. After a long while, someone exclaimed, "Now I understand how the Boundless sect accumulated such a vast fortune. It turns out that this is a fine tradition passed down through generations of the Boundless sect." The Boundless sect master, his face ashen, remained silent. He really wanted to drag that good-for-nothing Song Nansha out of the water mirror moon and give him a good beating. Their Wuyang sect's good reputation, built up over so many years, has been completely ruined by Song Nansha's loose tongue. He also complained a bit about Inbugua, saying, "The sect doesn't skimp on your money, so how come you've raised your disciples to be so poor?" Seeing the sect leader's astonishing expression, the abbot of the 10,000 Buddhas sect felt a sense of shared misery. He felt as if he were seeing himself, painstakingly maintaining the image of Buddhist monks and saints, fearing that one word from him would ruin the century-old foundation of Buddhism. He sighed and stepped forward to pat the sect leader heavily on the shoulder. The sect leader was quite moved, feeling that true friendship is indeed revealed in times of adversity. The two were enjoying each other's company when they suddenly heard the Demon Emperor say, "Something's not right with this Bone Demon King." The whispering crowd immediately turned to look. Within the spirit mirror, Yoon Ji-fin handled the situation with relative ease, without even using his full strength, and nothing seemed amiss. However, everyone present was a leading figure in the cultivation world, many of whom were powerful, while others possessed keen insight. They immediately realized something was wrong. Yoon Ji-fin handled it very easily, that's true, but the sect leader couldn't help but say, "Yoon Ji-fin is currently at the tribulation transcending stage, right? He's still a sword cultivator." The crowd's brows slowly furrowed. The Demon Emperor solemnly said, "This Bone Demon King was also at the tribulation transcending stage in his previous life. If he only has 30 or 40% of his strength left, he is not even a match for Yoon Ji-fin." But the truth is, although the Bone Demon King was always at a disadvantage and could be defeated at any time, he still stubbornly held on. Someone frowned and said, "Is Yoon Ji-fin not using his full strength? Is he holding off the Bone Demon King?" But looking at Yoon Ji-fin's sword, he couldn't say those words. How can you call that not using your full strength? He was also in the tribulation transcending stage, but even he might not be able to withstand that sword strike. Someone said with a grim expression, "The Bone Demon King's strength can't be only 30 or 40%. Although he is the most powerful demon in the first level of the illusion, he is only at the first level. If he has such strength at the first level, what about at higher levels?" As a result, everyone's expression turned sour. Someone asked the Demon Emperor, "Aren't the demons in the Water Mirror Moon just replicas of the remnants of the demons from the Myriad Manifestations Tower? Did you alter the power of those demons?" The Demon Emperor vehemently denied it. "This Water Mirror Moon has been passed down for millions of years. What ability do I have to change anything inside it?" Everyone sat up straight, sensing that something was wrong. At the same time, within the spirit mirror, Yoon Ji-fin had already severed the skull of the Bone Demon King with a single sword strike, and the Bone Demon King's massive body crashed to the ground. Yoon Jifeng won, and won very easily. But nobody was happy. Someone lowered their voice and said, if even Yoon Jifeng had to struggle for a while to defeat the Bone Demon King on the first floor, then what about the others? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a thud, and everyone looked up. Outside the main hall, where the water mirror moon hung, a disciple was thrown out and landed on his back, crying out in pain. The crowd's expressions grew even more grim. Within the water mirror moon, one is only ejected when their life is threatened. But they've only been inside for a quarter of an hour, and they're all on the first floor. The most powerful demon on the first floor has been encountered by Song Nansher and his group. Even so, the lives of some disciples have already been threatened. The leader of the Immortal Alliance immediately said, check Shui Jinhua. Without another word, everyone went out. Seeing so many powerful figures approaching, the cultivator who had just fallen was completely bewildered. But no one paid him any attention. The group walked up to Shui Jinhua, and the Demon Emperor stretched out his hand, and a dark light enveloped Shui Jinhua. After a while, the Demon Emperor withdrew his hand. He looked somewhat bewildered. The Alliance leader asked, how is it? The Demon Emperor looked at his hands and said, there's no problem, but... He paused for a moment, then said, but why do I feel that the connection between Shui Jinhua and the Myriad Pagoda has become much closer? The Alliance leader asked in confusion, isn't Water Mirror Moon the trial of the Myriad Manifestations Tower? The Demon Emperor said, that may be true, but while Water Mirror Moon and the Myriad Manifestations Tower were connected in the past, they were ultimately two independent entities. But now, this illusion, used to test the Tower Guardians, seems to be gradually merging into the Tower of All Things. The Demon Emperor was suddenly startled. If they truly merge into one, even with a connecting passage, wouldn't those demons trapped inside the Tower of Myriad Manifestations be able to enter the illusionary realm through this connection? The group exchanged glances, all feeling that something was amiss. Meanwhile, in the Water Mirror Moon, Song Nansher, completely unaware of what was happening, squatted on the ground, picking at the last remaining gems on the skeleton, while Yoon Jifeng stood guard beside her with his arms crossed. While picking at it, Song Nansher asked, how strong is this skeleton? Yoon Jifeng thought for a moment and said, he still managed to hold me off for so long with only 30至40% of his strength remaining, so his strength in life must have been quite impressive. But if a demon of the first level has this kind of strength, then what about those at higher levels? He didn't finish speaking, but Song Nansher understood. The higher you go, the harder it will be to deal with. If even Yoon Jifeng, who was at the Tribulation Transcending stage, found them difficult to deal with, then it goes without saying that the others would be even more difficult. Song Nansher noticed that no one was watching them, so he couldn't help but ask, is the test for the Tower Keeper really that difficult? They also have to find someone to guard the tower. In this situation, is it really possible for anyone to hold out until the end? She exclaimed, no wonder it was imprisoned in the Tower of Myriad Manifestations. What kind of strength must it have possessed in its previous life? If the demons on the first floor are this troublesome, what kind of strength must the demon lords of the demonic sect who are supposedly imprisoned on the last floor be? Just thinking about it makes me realize how tough it must have been for cultivators 10,000 years ago. But they just made a casual remark. Song Nansher continued to dig for spirit stones. Yoon Jifeng watched and couldn't help but ask, Nansher, do you still remember that this is an illusion? Song Nansher paused involuntarily. Yoon Jifeng continued, if it's an illusion, even if you manage to pry these gems off, you won't be able to take them out. Song Nansher's face immediately turned somber. Yes, this is an illusion. But when she looked at the gemstone in front of her again, she gritted her teeth and shook her head. No. When it comes to money, all her intelligence comes into play. She stared at the demonic corpse in front of her and said directly, No. If it were just an illusion, it should have disappeared like a normal illusion after we killed the skeleton. But now, not only has the skeleton not disappeared, but the gem in Song Nanshi's storage ring has also not disappeared. Song Nanshi muttered a guess. Could it be that after those demons were killed, their remnant souls were trapped in the myriad manifestations tower, and their weapons and such were thrown into the water mirror moon to become the carriers of illusions? Song Nanshi thought about it and realized it made a lot of sense. If personal belongings from one's lifetime, such as armor, swords, or other weapons, are used as a vessel to carry illusions, the illusions can indeed make them more similar to the person in life. Therefore, the vessel for this skeleton illusion is probably this armor. Song Nanshi couldn't help but say devoutly, Thank you for the gift from our ancestors millions of years ago. After she finished speaking, she continued to stare at the skeleton's remains. For some reason, she felt something was off, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what it was. Yoon Ji-fen also looked at the skeleton. For some reason, he also felt that something was wrong. Their guess was reasonable, but even if it was an illusion carried by the weapon from the previous life, the power of this illusion was too great, and its worse, it was almost impossible to tell that it was an illusion. Yoon Ji-fen suppressed his doubts and exchanged a glance with Song Nanshi. Song Nanshi stood up immediately. Let's go, let's continue. The group hurried to find a way to enter the second level. After all, they were to be among the first batch of monks to pass the test. After searching for about half an hour and defeating many demons, they finally found the passage from the first illusion to the second illusion, and the group happily entered the second level. Then they saw the Buddhist disciple standing outside the passage, looking around blankly, and junior brother Luo Shui. Song Nanshi was shocked when he saw the Buddhist disciple, and even more shocked when he saw his junior brother Luo Shui, who was powerless to even kill a chicken. Yu Xiu then expressed Song Nanshi's shock. She was shocked. How come you arrived even earlier than us? The demons here are quite powerful. They encountered them almost constantly along the way. They figured that if others were encountering them at this rate, they would be among the fastest. The Buddhist disciple was the first to look over. He was overjoyed, then immediately scratched his head sheepishly and said, This humble monk, perhaps it's because we're closer to the passage. At this time, Song Nanshi and the others did not know that not only were they the ones who were teleported to the farthest point from the passage, but they also encountered almost 4 times as many demons as the others along the way. And as soon as we entered, we encountered the largest one on the first floor. They just felt a little envious. This monk was quite lucky. Back the Luo River. Song Nanshi asked in confusion, You also have an invitation? Luo Shui replied listlessly, Yes, I've learned formations quite well. Song Nanshi. However, formation masters are generally used for support roles. Although they are not as useless as divination masters, they are still quite useless. Junior brother Luo Shui arrived so early for the second time. His strength must be. Then I heard junior brother Luo Shui say with a world-weary look, I was teleported directly to the side of the passage. Climbing up, I would reach the second level, but as a weak man alone, I didn't dare to venture into the second level by myself, so I waited here to cooperate with someone. He said quietly, I've been waiting for more than half an hour. Everyone. At this moment, they finally realized that their luck seemed to be running out. Upon entering, I was immediately teleported to the side of the passage. Song Nansha felt very jealous. She asked, "Then you waited for the Buddha's disciple. Why didn't you leave with him?" Luo Shui glanced at the Buddhist monk. He said dismissively, "We've already done that once." Song Nansha. Luo Shui remained expressionless, but he got lost and accidentally stumbled into the lair of a great demon. We had to go to great lengths to escape before we were able to find our way back. He calmly said, "I want to find a team that won't get lost." Song Nansha. She said, with a heavy heart, "Then you should all come with us." The Buddhist disciple, who often accidentally wandered in, was overjoyed, and Luo Shui was also very happy. The Buddhist disciple exclaimed with delight, "That's wonderful. To be honest, all my skills were honed by getting lost and wandering into all sorts of dangerous places. Now I don't have to get lost anymore." So, outside the illusion, while watching Song Nansha and the others' current situation and anxiously pondering Shui Jinhua, the group couldn't help but look at the abbot of the 10,000 Buddha sect. Someone seemed to be thinking to themselves, "So, this is how the 10,000 Buddha school trains its disciples." The host's face twitched. He no longer sympathizes with the leader of the Boundless sect, he sympathizes with himself. He has maintained the image of a Buddhist disciple for so many years. He just revealed everything in front of so many powerful figures. The host suddenly felt dizzy. Meanwhile, in the Water Mirror Moon, just as Song Nansha and his group were about to set off, Song Nansha suddenly asked, "Buddha, where do you think we should go?" The Buddhist disciple hesitated for a moment, then pointed in a direction. Song Nansha understood. Then she led her people in the opposite direction. Buddhist disciple. Song Nansha led a large group of people and resolutely headed in the opposite direction. The Buddhist monk was taken aback for a moment, then said in a resentful voice, "Is benefactor Song making fun of this humble monk?" Song Nansha said meaningfully, "No, I'm just eliminating the most wrong answer for everyone." After listening to the experiences of the Buddhist disciple and his junior brother Luo Shui, she felt that their luck seemed to be quite bad. Not to mention junior brother Luo Shui, who was teleported directly to the second-level entrance as soon as he entered. Even Buddha Z, the ultimate directionally challenged person, was luckier than them. The demons on the first level seemed to be watching them intently, and they were constantly on the move. Under these circumstances, Song Nansha felt it necessary to use some metaphysical methods. For example, bring along the luckiest junior brother Luo Shui, and then bring along the Buddha's disciple as a reverse navigator. In short, she didn't know whether other paths were dangerous or not, but the path pointed out by the Buddhist disciple must be the most dangerous. First, eliminate one incorrect option. Everyone else thought it was reasonable, but only the Buddhist disciple felt isolated. Yung Jifen glanced at them, then, unusually, felt a pang of conscience and said, "Buddha and junior brother Luo have had quite a bit of luck along the way." The Buddhist disciple asked in bewilderment, "What's wrong? Are you all having bad luck?" The group, who had been harassed by evil spirits all the way, felt as if an arrow had pierced their hearts. Yung Jifen paused, then began to regret asking the question. He could only say expressionlessly, "The first demon we encountered when we came in was a skull." The Buddhist disciple blurted out, "Then it seems you really have bad luck. You must be talking about the Bone Demon King, who is the strongest one on the first level. You actually encountered him as soon as you came in. Your luck is really bad." Yung Jifen, you don't need to emphasize it, thank you. He didn't want to talk to the Buddhist monk anymore. He felt that there was a reason why he was isolated because of his words. He looked directly at his junior brother Luo Shuai. Junior brother is also quite lucky. Luo Shuai's focus was rather peculiar. Why does brother Yun also call me junior brother? In the Song dynasty, they called each other junior brother because they were from the same sect, like Yun Jifeng. Yun Jifeng paused for a moment and said, "It's probably because Song Nanshe called it that." Junior brother Luo Shuai, who had been betrayed in love many times, understood. He was so preoccupied with his own feelings while traveling with them that he finally realized the nature of their relationship. He looked at Yun Jifeng, then at Song Nanshe, and couldn't help but feel a little envious. He said enviously, "Brother Yun, you're really enjoying being a pretty boy." Yun Jifeng, who lost money being a gigolo. He paused for a moment. "Thank you." Luo Shuai nodded modestly, indicating that she was welcome. Yun Jifeng felt that the conversation was going nowhere. The person who managed to follow the Buddhist monk all the way without being annoyed to death by him must have some skill. He held his sword without speaking, so Song Nanshe took the initiative to approach him and start asking for information. She asked, "How powerful were the demons you encountered along the way?" Before the Buddhist disciple could finish speaking, junior brother Luo Shuai asked blankly, "Huh? I didn't encounter any demons." "Song Nanshe, you don't count, thank you." Luo Shuai obediently fell silent and lowered her head to apply hand cream to herself. The presence of hand cream in the secret realm shocked several unsuspecting men and women. In his shock, the Buddhist monk briefly assessed the strength of the demons he had encountered along the way. His first words were just 3 words, "Very tricky." Then he began to describe the demons he had encountered. Song Nanshe couldn't help but frown as he listened. At first, the others didn't think anything of it, but as the Buddhist disciple continued his description, they also began to feel that something was amiss. They always acted together, and with Yun Jifeng leading the way, even though they knew these demons were quite powerful, they didn't have a very clear impression of them. But the Buddhist monk's description gave them something. Song Nanshe couldn't help but ask, "What level of cultivation does the Buddhist disciple currently possess?" The Buddhist disciple stated directly, "Nascent soul stage." Reaching the nascent soul stage is quite impressive among the young talents participating in the Immortal Cultivation Conference. But if even Buddhist disciples find it troublesome, then what about the others? Will any of these cultivators actually pass the test? Or rather, is it really normal for the demons in the Water Mirror Moon to possess such power? As Song Nanshe thought about this, she felt that she seemed to have forgotten something, but before she could think about it in detail, she heard the Buddhist monk sigh and say, "Speaking of which, many of the cultivators I have encountered along the way have been eliminated. If the first level is like this, I don't know how many people can stay if we go up further." Upon hearing this, Song Nanshe murmured, "Could it be that I guessed wrong at first? Is the strength of the demons here not even 30 or 40% of the strength of the demon remnant soul in the Tower of Myriad Manifestations?" She couldn't help but look in the direction of the magic mirror. She couldn't see the mirror, but she knew someone was watching them. Unfortunately, whether the people outside didn't want to tell them or couldn't tell them, no one answered Song Nanshe's question. Regardless of the demon's strength, the group still had to keep going, so they had no choice but to continue their journey. Perhaps because they had eliminated one of the Buddhist disciples' worst options, they walked along the chosen path for a quarter of an hour without encountering a single demon. That area is probably safe. The group of people who had just emerged from the first level of the battle stopped and found a place to sit and rest. They stopped by a stream, and as soon as they stopped, Song Nanshe and his fellow disciples collapsed onto the grass, completely exhausted and relaxed. Yun Jifeng was a bit concerned about his image, so he stood ramrod straight, keeping watch beside them. The Buddhist disciple glanced at Song Nanshe and the others, then at Yung Jifeng, and hesitated for a moment, torn between the salted fish and the Buddhist disciple's bundle. He asked Yung Jifeng in a low voice, "Aren't you going to rest?" Yung Jifeng said expressionlessly, "I have to be a proper gigolo." The Buddhist disciple thought about it and felt it made sense. So he simply slumped to the side and collapsed onto the grass, his collapse even more pronounced than Song Nanshe's. A Buddhist disciple with the face of a saintly monk sighed, "Amitabha." Song Nanshe looked up and hesitated for a moment, wondering whether he should tell the Buddha that people outside were watching them. But since even the Buddhist disciples are paralyzed, Song Nanshe felt it was unnecessary to avoid putting him under psychological pressure. She turned back down without a second thought. The abbot of the 10,000 Buddhas sat outside the spirit mirror. He lowered his head expressionlessly and covered his forehead. Everyone turned to look. Even the demon emperor, who had been fiddling with the water mirror moon, couldn't help but glance over. Some people couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is what a Buddhist disciple is like." The sect leader of Wuyang sect, who had just lost face, patted the host on the shoulder with a heavy heart. The two victims huddled together, lost in thought. Unlike them, junior brother Luo Shui carefully checked his storage room, wanting to find a jar of water to clean his face and head. Unfortunately, he had already used up all the water on the way. Luo Shui glanced at the stream beside her and walked over with some disdain. Yung Jifeng glanced at him. At this moment, the Buddhist monk was chatting with Song Nanshe and the others. The Buddhist monk said, "Speaking of which, when I was a child, I was picked up by the abbot near the Wangxiang Pagoda. I guess I have a connection with this place." Luo Shui was about to say something, but suddenly paused. At the same time, Yung Jifeng's expression hardened, and Song Nanshe also immediately stood up. No one else knew what had happened, except for Luo Shui, the person involved. He squatted by the stream, the shimmering water flowing past his feet, and he could see his clear reflection in the water when he looked down. But the reflection was not himself. From his reflection in the water, he saw a woman of boundless charm and graceful swaying. The woman chuckled softly and blew a breath at him. Even though it was just a reflection, even though it was across the water, Luo Shui felt as if a fragrant breeze had brushed against his face, making him feel intoxicated. He vaguely heard Song Nanshe shout sternly, "Luo Shui, hold your breath!" But he could no longer discern what it meant. Seeing this, the woman in the water smiled even more charmingly, and stretched out a fair and soft hand from the water, slowly grasping Luo Shui's ankle. Luo Shui was in a daze and was about to follow her into the water, until the woman asked him in a sweet voice, "Little brother, am I pretty?" Luo Shui's mind cleared up instantly, and her confused eyes sharpened in an instant. He ignored the hand gripping his ankle, and his eyes swept harshly over the woman's face in the water. Then he sharply commented, "You have a small black mole under your right ear, a freckle on the side of your nose, and although your skin is fair, the texture is not smooth enough. You also have heavy dark circles under your eyes. It's obvious that you often stay up late and don't know how to take care of your skin." Woman in the water. Yung Jifeng, who drew his sword. Song Nanshe, who was about to save the person. Luo Shui glanced around again and sneered, "Beauty is like fine porcelain, it needs maintenance. You may be beautiful, but you're riddled with holes and have no soul." He took out hand cream, rubbed it on with a sense of superiority, and said with a touch of arrogance, "You can't beat me." Woman. She exploded in anger, "I don't believe it." Luo Shui let out a sneer. The sneer was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the woman's face became even more ferocious. Seeing that the situation was not good, Song Nansure lifted his foot and was about to rush over again. Then the woman's ferocious gaze fell on the hand cream. She looked fierce and menacing. Hand over what you have, and I'll spare your life. Luo Shui scoffed. Absolutely impossible. Then the two of them started haggling over the price in front of a group of people. I can give you 2 pearls. 5 pearls, I'll make a jade crown. You're robbing me. Fixed price. Everyone. The boundless sect master outside the spirit mirror. Someone said with a complicated expression, indeed, the boundless sect is still the most talented. The host, who had been outdone, couldn't help but chuckle. When he looked up, he saw his former comrade in arms staring at him expressionlessly. The Buddhist Taoist alliance collapsed instantly. Unaware of the danger lurking outside, Song Nansure sat back down expressionlessly and patted the seat next to her, saying, Come on, let's sit down and talk. 15 minutes later, the female ghost who called herself the glamorous ghost sat down beside them, touching the hand cream with a look of surprise. Everyone sat upright, while Song Nansure rested his chin on his hand and looked at her. The beautiful ghost looked delighted. Seeing that her joy didn't seem fake, Song Nansure suddenly asked, How did you get into the Tower of 10,000 Images? The beautiful ghost paused involuntarily. Yun Jifeng immediately became alert, ready to kill her at any moment if she changed her expression. However, the beautiful ghost only lasted 1 moment. After a short while, she continued to examine the hand cream as if nothing had happened, saying casually, I don't remember very clearly, it's been a long time, but I vaguely remember that I was very beautiful when I was alive, even more beautiful than I am now. My husband thought I was too beautiful and must be promiscuous, so he killed me in a fit of anger, disfigured my face, and threw my body into the water. After my death, my resentment lingered, and I became a rare vengeful ghost, so I skinned him and made O illegible. Her words were bloody, but Song Nansure didn't even raise an eyebrow, asking without changing his expression, Then you only killed your husband. Although the methods may seem cruel to others, it's still karma and retribution. You shouldn't be the one to be imprisoned in the Myriad Elephant Tower, right? The beautiful ghost chuckled softly, her words carrying a hidden meaning. But once you put on someone else's skin, you're no longer yourself. Back then, I was completely irrational, filled with resentment, and I specialized in killing unfaithful men and then skinning them alive. Perhaps I caused too much of a stir, because a cultivator came to arrest me, so I lied and told him that he had fallen in love with me. She flicked her fingers and said calmly, Unfortunately, I was discovered by the tower guardian of that generation. He saved the little Taoist priest, and seeing that my resentment was hard to dispel, he locked me in the Myriad Manifestations Tower, saying that after my resentment dissipated, I could find the tower guardian of that time to send me into reincarnation. She clicked her tongue as she spoke, but now that I've regained my senses, it's been many years since I've had a tower keeper. Song Nan listened with great interest. Just as she was about to say something, she saw Luo Shui suddenly take out a book from her storage ring and hand it to Yan Gui. The beautiful ghost took it with a bewildered look and couldn't help but ask, What is this? Luo Shui calmly said, The method of preserving corpses. Isn't your skin someone else's? It must rot frequently, and you have to waste spiritual energy to repair it. You can learn this. The beautiful ghost immediately accepted it as if it were a priceless treasure. Song Nansure, however, only felt that he was seeing a rising pervert. She couldn't help but ask, How do you have something like this? Luo Shui, the kind of person I am, even if I die, I want to die gracefully. This is what I'm preparing for myself after death. Song Nansher. He's a man whose beauty is etched into his DNA. She was utterly amazed. At this moment, Yoon Ji-fin, who had been listening intently, suddenly said, "Since you have already gotten rid of your resentment, why are you still killing people here?" The ghost retorted, "I didn't intend to kill anyone, I just wanted to scare you." Yoon Ji-fin persisted, "Why do you have to scare us?" Song Nansher was about to say that it was just a coincidence that they met, but then he suddenly stopped, as if he had thought of something. Then the beautiful ghost said angrily, "Because I was sleeping soundly underwater when two male cultivators suddenly ran over to provoke me, saying that their master told them to teach me a lesson. They ran away very quickly, and by the time I wanted to teach them a lesson, they had already disappeared. Before they left, they only said that their master's name was Song Nan, and also told me where you were and that I should remember you. Your servants hit me, so of course I'm going to seek revenge on you." Song Nansher. Everyone. Song Nansher sat up straight, incredulous. "He said I told them to teach you a lesson." The beautiful ghost glanced at her and said indifferently, "I knew it wasn't you just now. You should think carefully about whether you have offended anyone and made them frame you like this. On my way here, I saw quite a few evil spirits trapped here. They all said they were provoked and want to settle scores with you." Song Nansher. She took a deep breath and suddenly understood why she had encountered so many demons on the first floor, and why they seemed to have a deep-seated hatred for her from the start. They were teleported to the territory of the most powerful demon on the first floor as soon as they entered. It might have been because they were unlucky, but their continued bad luck afterward was definitely related to those two people. Yoon Ji-fin asked directly, "What do those two people look like?" The beautiful ghost thought about it for a moment. Then she said, "Two men." Everyone. They wanted to ask more questions, but Song Nansher slapped his thigh and cursed, "Ghost Lord. Cash a seed. You son of a bitch." Yoon Ji-fin then realized and said, "It really is them." He asked Song Nan, "How did you figure it was them?" Song Nansher unleashed a three-part barrage of insults. "You bastard. You idiot. You idiot. If it weren't for these two scoundrels, I'd change my surname to that guy's surname Shen." Yoon Ji-fin. He then turned to the bewildered crowd and said, "Do you understand now? This is called the premonition of a nemesis." Everyone, "We understand, we understand." Just as Yoon Ji-fin was about to advise Song Nan, he suddenly heard the rumbling sound of horses' hooves in the distance. Everyone immediately looked up. Then they saw a demon dressed in flames riding a black horse galloping towards them, followed by all sorts of demon soldiers. Upon seeing this, the beautiful ghost cried out in alarm and immediately plunged into the water to escape, leaving behind only the words, "This is the most powerful demon here. You'd better watch yourselves." Song Nansher immediately looked at the Buddhist disciple. The Buddhist disciple's face was bitter. "Yes, we had accidentally wandered into his territory before you came, and we managed to escape by all means, but it seems we still can't escape." Song Nansher sneered. "What do you mean they can't escape? It means someone wants them to be unable to escape." At this moment, Yoon Ji-fin had already drawn his sword and stood in front of everyone, his face cold and stern. Song Nansher simply threw the horoscope plate away, and it enlarged in mid-air. She jumped onto the horoscope and said, "Don't fight. Run." Yoon Ji-fin, "Are we to be defeated without a fight?" Song Nansher sneered, "No, we call this shifting the blame eastward." Yoon Ji-fin thought for a moment, then jumped up. Seeing this, the others also jumped up. Song Nansher did not leave immediately, but waited for the cavalry to get close. She asked the Buddhist disciple who was navigating in reverse, "Where do you think the person who framed us is?" Buddhist disciple, "East." Song Nansher, "Then there's no way out. Let's go west." She controlled the horoscope and led the cavalry westward. Buddhist disciple, "This is the fate of this poor monk." Song Nansher felt it was time for her to show off her real skills. Thus, a group of cultivators who were already used to flying on swords experienced a version of speed and passion in the cultivation world. Leaving them far behind, sometimes floating leisurely in midair waiting for them to catch up, while casually insulting them with a look that says everyone here is trash. This dog-walking-like behavior, coupled with that provocative gaze, successfully insulted the demon leader on the second floor. In his lifetime, he was a powerful and influential figure who killed countless people and caused headaches for cultivators of both races. Now, he has actually fallen so low as to be humiliated by two cultivators who claimed to be his servants, and then by this group of lowly cultivators. He felt he couldn't swallow this insult, and today he was going to fight these cultivators to the death for his dignity. Coincidentally, the demon felt he couldn't bear it any longer, and so did the Buddhist disciple. His fingers trembled as he reached for Yung Jifin's arm, but after Yung Jifin dodged him in disgust, he collapsed to the ground, his voice weak as he said, "Benefactor Song, could you fly a little more steadily?" Song Nan, who was gesturing and speaking confidently at the front, suddenly shouted, "Ha! Buddha, please speak louder, I can't hear you." The Buddhist disciple was extremely weak, this humble monk. As soon as he finished saying those two words, his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately lay down next to the horoscope. Yung Jifeng immediately sensed something was wrong and made a snap decision to retreat. Then the Buddhist disciple vomited profusely. It landed right on the head of the evil spirit that was relentlessly pursuing them. The Buddhist disciple looked at the demon. The demon looked up, staring blankly at the Buddha's disciple. There was complete silence. The Buddhist monk remained silent for a moment before speaking dryly. "Esteemed benefactor, I did not do it on purpose. Do you believe me?" The demon roared in fury, "My men, charge. I will tear this monk to pieces." A group of demons immediately charged forward with even greater passion. Buddhist disciple. He stood up heavily, only to see his accomplices looking at him with strange expressions. Buddhist disciple, this humble monk truly did not mean it. Yung Jifeng, who was standing to the side, took a deep, heavy breath. He thought that this monk must have some skills to have lived this long without being beaten to death. Finally regaining her senses, Song Nansher was very pleased. She gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Buddha! Well done." The Buddhist disciple asked weakly, "Benefactor Song, what exactly do you want to do?" "What do you want to do?" Song Nansher smiled slightly and said, "Just you wait and see." Then she turned around and showed off her skills. The demon roared in fury, "You have the guts to fight me, you coward who only knows how to run away." Song Nansher was completely unaffected and said directly, "With your skills, you're not even worthy of fighting me. Even my two servants, Zhu Mingzi and Gui Qing, could defeat you with one hand. Do I need to lift a finger? My two servants said that you're no match for them." The demon felt a surge of heat rushing to his head and immediately became intoxicated. He roared, "Fine. I'll kill your two servants first, then you, and show you what I'm capable of. Where are your two servants? Make them come out." Song Nansher, "Then let's see if you dare to follow. Remember, their names are Zhu Mingzi and Gui Qing." After saying that, she took control of the destiny compass and ran away in a flash, with the evil spirits chasing after them. The others stared in disbelief. Jiangji couldn't help but ask, "So, junior sister, you're using their own methods against them?" Song Nanshe smiled slightly. "Not only that, I'm much more considerate than them. I'm going to deliver these demons directly to them." Then everyone witnessed Song Nanshe's actions. She walked around with cats and dogs, provoking every demon she encountered. When she angered a demon to the point of chasing after her, she simply said, "My two servants, Zhu Mingzi and Gui Qing, told you that you can't even beat him." Then he ran away. The demons then chased after them menacingly. Of course, there were also some who remained calm and were not provoked by Song Nanshe. At times like these, Song Nanshe would simply send the Buddhist disciple up. "Buddhist disciple, should I recite a passage from the Lotus Sutra for them to influence them?" "Song Nanshe, do as you please." It's unclear whether the Buddhist disciple truly possesses a talent for attracting hatred, but even when he merely chants a sutra, the demons are enraged by his chanting. So the two join forces, one truly acting like a monster, the other unintentionally acting like a monster, causing chaos and resentment throughout the entire second level. More and more evil spirits followed behind them, creating a vast and earth-shattering spectacle. In the end, almost all the demons on the second floor followed behind them, shouting and killing. The most direct reaction was that the cultivators who managed to reach the second level after risking their lives discovered that the second level was extremely empty, and they encountered even fewer demons than on the first level. The monks couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this a gift from heaven?" Only the big shots outside the spirit mirror knew that this was not a gift from heaven, but rather Song Nanshe's doing. Someone glanced at the number of cultivators ejected from the secret realm and couldn't help but sigh. Even the number of disciples ejected from the secret realm has decreased significantly. They have temporarily relieved our immediate crisis. The Demon King and the Alliance leader, who were intently fiddling with the water mirror moon, glanced back and were momentarily unsure whether to feel distressed or relieved. Song Nanshe's every move was truly beyond their expectations. But he couldn't help but worry, saying, "They've attracted too many evil spirits now. If this continues, won't they really crash and burn?" Song Nanshe certainly wouldn't make a mistake. She dared to do such a thing because she was quite capable. With so many demons chasing and intercepting her, she manipulated the destiny chart and managed to survive in the cracks, preventing them from catching up. However, she also felt that she was nearing her limit. If there were a few more demons, it was hard to say whether she would be caught off guard and suffer a setback. So she resorted to her old trick again, loudly asking the Buddhist disciple, "Which way do we go now?" The Buddhist disciple, now aware of his current role, thought. He closed his eyes and casually pointed in a direction. Without saying a word, Song Nanshe ran wildly in the opposite direction. They ran away at breakneck speed. 30 miles away in this direction, Zhu Mingzi and Gui Qing, who rarely cooperated, took action. Zhu Mingzi provoked a demon, while Gui Qing verbally attacked from the side, saying, "You mere rats are not even as good as a finger of our master, Song Nanshe." After provoking them, the two turned and ran with practiced ease, while the demon chased after them in a rage. They ran in the same direction that Song Nanshe and the others had come from. Neither of them noticed anything. As they ran, Gui Qing couldn't help but complain to Zhu Mingzi, "I feel like we're finding fewer and fewer demons along the way. Is this really enough to hold off Song Nanshe and the others?" Zhu Mingzi was very confident. "I've thought it all out. We'll just keep dragging this out. When she's on the first floor, we'll cause trouble to keep her there, and then we'll get to the second floor before her. When she's on the second floor, we'll use the same trick again and get to the 3rd floor before her. In this way, we'll always be one step ahead of her. Gui-Qing seemed to be deep in thought. Zhu Mingzi became more and more excited as he spoke, and continued, moreover, they have been entangled with so many evil spirits along the way. Even if they manage to fight their way up, their strength will be greatly depleted. At that time, what do you think they will have to fight us with? The two exchanged a glance and couldn't help but chuckle. Cassia Seed turned around excitedly and provocatively. Come on. Our master is named Song Nansha, and she's right here. He casually tried to calculate their location. Then his expression changed, and he looked up at the front. Gui-Qing, still completely unaware, urged, have you figured it out yet? You. Then he heard a rumbling sound ahead, like 1,000 troops and horses. The two exchanged a glance, and without saying a word, turned and tried to run away. The demon that had been chasing them was overjoyed at the sight and laughed loudly. What? You regret it now? Want to kneel down to Grandpa? He stepped forward and stopped them, ready to fight them for 300 rounds. Zhu Mingzi panicked and then cursed, You idiot, why aren't you running away? However, it was too late. In the short time it took to block them, Song Nansha's voice came from behind. She said quietly, Why are we running away when we, master and servant, have met? The two turned around instinctively. They saw Song Nansha standing on the horoscope, looking down at them. And behind her, it was a vast and rampaging army of demons. The medicinal herbs. The demon blocking the medicinal herbs. The demon's hand trembled, and his expression changed. He cursed loudly, You have no martial ethics. You actually sent so many people to deal with me. Song Nansha smiled slightly, looking at the ashen faces of Zhu Mingzi and the other man, and said with a smile, Don't worry, each of my 2 servants can take on 10,000 men. Not to mention you, even all the people behind me combined can't deal with them, right? Zhu Mingzi and the others heard this, as did the demons who were chasing after them. Then pairs of blood-red eyes turned to Zhu Mingzi and Gui-Qing. There was even a faint sound of teeth grinding. The two. For the first time in his life, Gui-Qing felt his legs shaking. He immediately retorted, You're talking nonsense. We never said that. Zhu Mingzi, say something, Zhu. He turned his head and saw his teammate running away. He also transmitted his voice as he ran. Help me hold them off for a bit. As long as one of us can escape, we'll be fine. Ghost Minister. Before him lay most of the demons on the 2nd level of the Water Mirror Moon, and behind him were his teammates who could betray him at any moment. Thus, Gui-Qing turned to the dark side. He pointed decisively at the departing figure of the Cassia Seed and shouted, That's right. He said he could take you all down by himself. You're all trash in front of him. Zhu Mingzi turned around in shock. Ghost Lord. You've ruined me. Then I met a pair of blood-red eyes. Cassia Seeds. The leader of the 2nd floor chuckled and said, Go. We won't let a single one escape. A large group of people rushed towards the two of them. Song Nansha could still hear the two arguing in the crowd. Cassia Seed, you have absolutely no sense of the bigger picture. If you had cooperated with me, at least one of us could have escaped. Gui-Qing, my big picture is yours. Song Nansha was amazed. The others were dumbfounded. Then Song Nansha decisively said, Let's go. Jiangji, still wanting more, said, Are we leaving now? Shouldn't we see how they got beaten up? Song Nansha, controlling the destiny chart, turned and ran. What are you looking at? After they're done, it'll be our turn. She is not capable of taking on 10,000 men by herself yet. So she walked away very quickly. Only after running quite a distance did Song Nansure look back and chuckle. It seems they don't really want us to keep climbing, or rather, they don't really want us to be the first to reach the last floor. She said thoughtfully, then I must climb to the last floor and see what's up there. After she finished speaking, she glanced at Yoon Ji-feng, only to see that Yoon Ji-feng was staring behind him without saying a word. Song Nansure couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Yoon Ji-feng frowned. "I have a feeling that something is not right." Song Nansure also turned around and glanced back. At the same time, a strange sense of unease rose in my mind. Song Nansure couldn't help but frown. This strange feeling had been there since they first killed the skeleton, and now it had resurfaced. But what is the connection between the skeleton and the medicinal herbs? Song Nansure felt as if he had forgotten something crucial. Jiangji looked left and right, and seeing that no one spoke, he couldn't help but say, "Speaking of which, this time it was all thanks to Food Junior Sister. Otherwise, their disguises were so flawless that I doubt I could even pass by them without noticing." After this, before he could finish speaking, Song Nansure felt as if a lightning bolt had struck his mind, and everything that had been in a daze suddenly became clear. She knew something was wrong. She grabbed her senior brother's sleeve instantly, her eyes burning as she asked, "What did you just say?" The eldest brother was startled. "What about after that?" Song Nansure, "Ahead?" "Senior brother, I said their disguises were flawless." Song Nansure immediately clenched his right fist and slammed it into his left palm. "That's right." Jiangji and the others couldn't discern the disguises on Zhu Mingzi's and the others' faces, but she could. Because her eyes can distinguish truth from falsehood, a power bestowed upon her by heaven. Distinguish truth from falsehood, and see through all illusions. So here's the problem. Shui Jinhua called it an illusion, but it was actually an independent space pioneered by their predecessors and could be ignored. However, the disguises on Zhu Mingzi and the others' faces were illusions, and the skeleton they killed in the secret realm was also an illusion. Both are illusions. But why is it that she can see through the illusions on Zhu Mingzi's and the others' faces, but not the illusions in the water mirror moon? According to their speculation, the illusions in the water mirror moon should be fabricated based on the personal belongings of the demons in their previous lives. If that's the case, then under the discerning eye, what she sees is not individual demons, but the objects upon which they were created. In other words, when she saw the skeleton, what she should have seen was a suit of armor. But that's not actually the case. So, is there something wrong with her eyes, or is there something wrong with those demons themselves? What's even more unacceptable is that, despite it being so obvious, none of them noticed before Jiangji inadvertently mentioned Zhu Mingzi's disguise. But the ability she obtained from the heavenly doll was no small matter. Before entering the illusion, Zhu Xiu and the others would occasionally test what illusions she could recognize. But once they entered, it seemed that everyone had completely forgotten about it. It was as if something was unconsciously influencing their thinking. With that thought in mind, Song Nansure directly descended the fate chart, casually grabbed a passing little demon, and then stared at it. The demon trembled at the sight. Zhu Xiu was a little worried about her junior sister's mental state and asked hesitantly, "Are you all right, junior sister?" Yoon Ji-feng said directly, "Let her see." Song Nansure stared at the demon, who was terrified. However she looked at him, he was a complete form in her eyes, not something else. However, the reason why the ability to distinguish truth from falsehood can see through illusions is because it sees not the appearance, but what is inside, the soul. Song Nanshe thoughtfully released the person. The demon ran away crying. Song Nanshe sat on the ground, stroking his chin, and said, "Aside from the possibility that my ability to distinguish truth from falsehood fails, under what circumstances do you think I wouldn't be able to tell that they are illusions?" While Yoon Ji-fan was still pondering the possibility, Jiang-ji casually remarked, "Then they aren't illusions." Song Nanshe and Yoon Ji-fan both looked over at the same time. Jiang-ji shuddered. What's wrong? Song Nanshe, you truly deserve to be called Long Aotian. At the same time, outside the spirit mirror, the demon emperor also said with a grim face, "Song Nanshe is right. Those illusions inside are no longer illusions." Someone immediately asked, "What do you mean?" The demon emperor said coldly, "The connection between Water Mirror Moon and the Myriad Manifestations Tower is too close. I suspect that the remnant souls in the Myriad Manifestations Tower may have entered Water Mirror Moon through this connection and taken up residence in the bodies they created using their belongings from their previous lives." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed drastically. A remnant soul in the Tower of Myriad Manifestations is just a remnant soul, but a remnant soul has a body, even if it is just a fabricated body. They couldn't help but think of the sudden surge in strength of those demons in the Water Mirror Moon. More importantly, if they can enter the Water Mirror Moon from the Tower of Myriad Images, can they also get out of the Water Mirror Moon? In the moonlit water, Song Nanshe calmly addressed the crowd, "I have two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which do you want to hear first?" Zhu Xiu immediately exclaimed, "It's bad." Song Nanshe, "The bad thing is, we might have run into a real demon this time. If things go wrong, we might all kick the bucket." Zhu Xiu. She swallowed hard, feeling a bit excited. She whispered, "Okay." Song Nanshe was somewhat pleased. She exclaimed with relief, "The things we've collected here can actually be taken out and exchanged for money." Zhu Xiu paused. She didn't know if she was influenced by Song Nanshe, but for a moment she actually thought it was great news. She realized what was happening and she remembers that she used to be someone who regarded money as dirt. Zhu Xiu paused for a moment, then bravely regained her composure and forcibly ignored the good news. Then she looked up and found her third junior sister and Yoon Ji-fan counting how many spoils they had collected along the way. Yoon Ji-fan, the former young master of a prominent family, actually seemed rather happy. Zhu Xiu looked at him, and for a moment she almost forgot how this person didn't even know how to bargain a year ago. Oh right, this person was the gloomy and ruthless cloud demon in his past life. She looked over again and saw Yunmo frowning as he examined the quality of a gemstone. Finally, he said confidently, "This is worth at least 3,000 spirit stones. Keep it safe." Zhu Xiu, you two are a match made in heaven. We're at a critical juncture right now, aren't we? Aren't you all going to be a little nervous? She forcefully steered the conversation back on track. "So what do we do now? Should we hurry up and climb to the top floor?" Song Nanshe then casually put away the gem that was said to be worth 3,000 spirit stones, and said casually, "Since these demons may be real demons, the most important thing now is not to climb up." Jiang-ji was puzzled. If they are truly demons, shouldn't we be climbing even faster? Those two medicinal herbs are doing everything they can to hinder us. There must be something at the very top. Song Nanshe said calmly, "You're right, that's indeed important, but compared to that, we have something more important to do." Jiang-ji humbly asked for guidance. "Go ahead." Song Nanshe got straight to the point. "Save people." Upon hearing this, everyone inside and outside the Water Mirror Moon twitched. Song Nanshe glanced meaningfully in the direction of the spirit mirror and said calmly, if these illusions in the water mirror moon really are inhabited by remnant souls from the myriad manifestations tower, then there must be a passage between the myriad manifestations tower and the water mirror moon that allows them to travel back and forth. After all, those remnant souls are sealed in the myriad manifestations tower. If they don't want to go back, they will only try to make the passage between the two wider and wider, or even merge the myriad manifestations tower and the water mirror moon into one, and then come out from the passage in the water mirror moon to the outside world. She paused, then added, even now, once the water mirror moon is opened, they can easily escape. This was also the demon emperor's guess, so when Song Nanshe said this, everyone inside and outside turned pale. But Song Nanshe hadn't finished speaking. She said calmly, then here's the problem. She looked outside the spirit mirror, her gaze exceptionally sharp. In this immortal cultivation conference, a total of 428 disciples entered the water mirror moon. Aside from those who were quickly eliminated, there are still over 300 disciples. These 300 plus disciples are like meat on the lips of these demons, ready to be beaten at any moment, utterly powerless to resist. If we open the water mirror moon now, those disciples may live, but the demons will also emerge, and no one dares to imagine the consequences. But if we don't open the water mirror moon... She paused, then said, these 300 disciples are likely to be trapped inside along with the demons. What happens when you're trapped inside with evil spirits? It's just death. The people outside turned pale. Jiangji also felt this was not good, and he quickly said, but junior sister, there are limitations in this water mirror moon. If cultivators are in a life-threatening situation, they will be ejected from the water mirror moon. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted. But Song Nanshe was not so optimistic. There are restrictions within the water mirror moon, but these restrictions are imposed on the cultivators by the demon emperor and the alliance leader to ensure their safety, allowing them to leave the water mirror moon when their lives are in danger. But if Shui Jingyuo really merges with the myriad manifestations pagoda, can the restrictions imposed by the demon emperor be greater than the seals within the myriad manifestations pagoda? The Tower of All Things is not a place you can just leave whenever you want. She cautioned, this restriction might still be effective now, but it might not be ineffective in a little while. The demon emperor and the alliance leader had naturally thought of everything she could think of. The demon emperor looked directly at the cultivators behind him, who had just emerged from the water mirror moon and were still looking bewildered. The alliance leader beside him astutely remarked, the demons on the second level are even more ferocious, but since most of these cultivators entered the second level, the number of cultivators being ejected has decreased significantly. At first, they thought that Song Nanshe had lured away most of the demons on the second floor, so the dangers faced by other cultivators were much less, and they were even glad about it. Even so, this is far too little. Immediately, a cultivator from the Immortal Alliance stepped forward to report, 52 cultivators were ejected from the first level, but so far on the second level. The cultivator counted them and his expression turned grim. Only 8 cultivators were ejected. Everyone's expression turned grim upon hearing this. What does this tell us? This proves that Song Nanshe was right. The protective restrictions imposed on the disciples by the demon emperor and the alliance leader are failing. They couldn't help but look at the 8 disciples who had been ejected from the second level. The 8 disciples, wrapped in small blankets, looked completely bewildered and trembled. Only then did they realize what had happened. Just moments ago they were feeling dejected because of their hasty defeat, feeling useless and having let down their sect and family, but now it seems their incompetence seems to have saved their lives. An elder couldn't help but sigh. Luckily you were useless and were ejected early on. Disciples. Thanks. Some people hesitated. The division commanders who had just complained about being ejected so early suddenly stopped complaining and looked at them as if they were precious treasures. Although their sons' daughters' disciples are somewhat useless, sometimes fools are lucky. In this situation, the more useless they are than others, the sooner they will be safe. The father of the young man, who was the first to be ejected on the first floor, was especially relieved. Looking at his simple-minded only son, he no longer felt that he was a disappointment. He couldn't help but say, "As long as you live well, that's good. It's good to be alive. I will never force you to be ambitious again." He got this about through connections and back channels, only thinking of letting his son go in and gain some experience. Now it seems, thankfully his son was useless. The simpleton's eyes lit up at this, and he pressed his advantage, saying, "Then, Dad, does that mean I won't have to cultivate anymore?" The father, who had barely felt relieved for 2 seconds, was speechless. That unfilial son would be better off dead inside. He flew into a rage, took off his shoe, and roared, "You're talking nonsense." This father and son were at least able to have a harmonious relationship, but the others were not so lucky. Most of the people here, their disciples are still inside. The Immortal Cultivation Tournament isn't open to just anyone. You either need to be powerful, have a good family background, or spend a fortune to get in. However, the Immortal Cultivation Tournament is, after all, a grand martial arts competition between 2 races, and most of the participants are outstanding young people. Therefore, the more than 300 people inside are almost the top 300 or so young people from both ethnic groups. Anyone you pick out, no matter which sect or family you're in, is everyone's future hope and the apple of their eye. But now, someone is telling them that their most precious thing might be trapped inside and die. Regardless of their rationality, they simply cannot accept it emotionally. The group exchanged glances, and the atmosphere gradually became heavy. Song Nansure was unaware of what was happening outside, but if the people outside were still watching them, it was easy to guess what they should be discussing right now. So she asked directly, "So, do you want to discuss whether you plan to release the disciples and those demons together by opening the Water Mirror Moon before the Water Mirror Moon and the Myriad Manifestations Tower have fully merged, or whether you will trap and kill the demons and these cultivators together?" The expressions on the faces of the people outside became even more grim. Their hearts were filled with turbulent emotions, but they all remained silent. It was as if no matter who spoke or what choice was made, it was something they couldn't bear. The atmosphere was so silent it was almost tense. Until one of the patriarchs could no longer hold on, he suddenly stood up and said, "No. These disciples are the hope of the next generation of the cultivation world and the demon race. If they are trapped and die inside, even if those demons don't come out, the cultivation world will be severely damaged, and the next generation might even be cut off. They cannot accept that any of the disciples there were not nurtured with all their might by their families and sects." But someone else said with difficulty, "No, if they come out, those demons will also be released. They already have more than 30 or 40% of their strength. If they come out and their strength recovers to its full glory, even if it's only 50%, the descent of these demons will be a catastrophe for the cultivation world. They might not even last until the next generation before the world is gone." The patriarch immediately flew into a rage. "You also have disciples in the Water Mirror Moon. Don't you care about the lives of your own disciples?" The man immediately retorted, "I care. But I don't want him, or any of us, to become the eternal sinners of this world." The patriarch flew into a rage. "You old geezer. "You're talking nonsense." He lunged forward, eager to test his skills against the other. Others tried to stop them, but that's when the argument started. Even if some people feel sorry for their disciples, they don't want evil spirits to descend upon the world. Some people felt that even if the demons appeared, with so many people present, they might not be able to defeat them, and it was not worth gambling with the hopes of the next generation of the entire cultivation world. The more they discussed it, the angrier they became, causing the Demon Emperor and the Alliance leader a great deal of trouble. They didn't know who it was, but suddenly they looked at them. So everyone looked over. Someone asked, "What do the Demon Emperor and the Alliance leader think?" They felt that the Demon Emperor's crown prince was inside, and there were many more disciples of the Immortal Alliance inside. Surely they couldn't be so heartless. The Demon Emperor and the Alliance leader exchanged a glance, knowing that their arrival was imminent. The Demon Emperor winked at the Alliance leader, signaling him to speak. The Alliance leader turned his head away immediately. The Demon Emperor gritted his teeth inwardly and cursed the old bastard in his heart. From the very beginning, they had a vague feeling that something was wrong. So even though they sensed something was wrong, they never suggested stopping the Immortal Cultivation Conference and releasing the cultivators. But now he's the only one taking the blame. The Demon Emperor took a deep breath and could only grit his teeth and say, "My meaning, as the Alliance leaders, is that these demons must absolutely not be allowed to descend upon the world." His meaning was very clear. He has no intention of opening the Water Mirror Moon, even if the Crown Prince is inside. Because no one knows better than him how terrifying it is when evil descends upon the world. Everyone was stunned for a moment, including those who had initially advocated against opening the Water Mirror Moon. Being rational is one thing, but emotionally. Some of the most accomplished seniors were moved to tears on the spot. The patriarch who had initially intended to attack was now enraged, turning around and throwing a punch at the Demon Emperor. "You damned rabbit! You son of a bitch!" And so another chaotic battle ensued. The cultivators who had been ejected from the Water Mirror Moon were dumbfounded. Song Nansher and the others in the Water Mirror Moon were completely unaware of all this. But even though he had transformed into a rabbit and was perched on Yu Jiajiu's shoulder, Qi Shuan couldn't help but ask, "What do you think the people outside will choose?" He suddenly felt that his fate was being decided by others, which made him look very unwell. Song Nansher glanced at him and said, "I think they might be beating your father." Qi Shuang was stunned, as were the people fighting fiercely outside. Qi Shuan asked blankly, "Why did they attack Father Emperor?" Song Nansher, "Because your father would never open the Water Mirror Moon. He is the initiator and leader of the Immortal Dao Conference. If we don't attack him, who will we attack?" Qi Shuang thought it made a lot of sense, and the people outside also thought it made a lot of sense. Thinking about it this way, the Demon Emperor deserves to be attacked even more. The Demon Emperor seized the opportunity and hurriedly said, "Wait, wait, wait. Saying I won't open the Water Mirror Moon doesn't mean I'm abandoning these disciples. My son is still inside. Let's hear what Song Nansher has to say. That girl definitely has a backup plan." However, the truth is that Song Nansher had no backup plan. She is indeed chosen by heaven, but she is not a god. She doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, and she can't save everyone. Seeing her expression, Yun Jifeng asked in a low voice, "Nansher, is there something you want to say?" Song Nansher hesitated for a moment, then said, "I think that since Zhu Mingzi and Gui Qing are so reluctant to let us reach the last level first, the solution must lie on the last level." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ji immediately said, Then why did you just say that the most important thing right now isn't climbing the ladder? Yoon Ji-fin's heart stirred, as if he had thought of something. Sure enough, Song Nansher said, given the current situation and the strength of those demons, how many cultivators do you think will survive after we climb to the last level? Everyone fell silent. In that case, even if they find a way to break the deadlock, what difference would it make if they were trapped here to die? The people outside fell silent, their faces filled with sorrow. Song Nansher simply said, "That's why I said we